Yeah, droppings and allergens from cockroaches and rodents can seriously impact children with asthma or allergies.
I had no idea.
We're making sure our home stays pest-free.
Don't let pests put your family's health at risk. Visit pestworld.org to learn more. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Teachers are diverse, skilled leaders, innovating to prepare students for our fast-changing world. Teaching shapes lives. Are you ready? Explore teaching at teach.org, supported by the U.S. Department of Education and 1 million teachers of color.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN 1000 presents The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Hard-hitting fantasy info to help you land that dub this weekend. Jeff Meller shares the latest news, injury updates, and tips to help you set your lineup. The Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Your football Sunday starts now with Jeff Meller on ESPN Chicago.
Week 7. 7 of 18. 7 of 17 if you're playing fantasy football like a proper player. But yes, we are more than a third of the way through your fantasy football season. 312-332-3776. As always, that's the phone number to jump on in if you'd like to participate in the next hour of fantasy football talk with me, Jeff Meller, on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000, right here on ESPN Chicago. As always, we're presented by the fine folks over at Tullamore Dew. Tullamore. And we remind you that we do indeed have an early morning game, and that's where we're going to begin today with your latest injury news and updates.
Stafford under center, Williams behind him, second and goal at the 1, sets up a quick slant, and it is caught, falling into the end zone. Puka Nacua from 1 yard out for the touchdown.
Last game in London for 2025. Last opportunity for a plate of spotted dick if you're into that delicacy. And folks, this is not your last chance to use Puka Nacua. In fact, it is not an opportunity for you to use Puka Nacua this morning. He will not be playing. He's already been officially ruled out of the game between the Rams and the designated home squad, the Jacksonville Jaguars, at Wembley Stadium. And Puka, we saw suffer that ankle injury last week. I think this is probably for the best, because he gets this week off. The Rams will hit the bye next week. And then hopefully we can go ahead and use Puka confidently that he will be back and in the fold and hopefully giving us those high reception totals that we've become very accustomed to. So Rams, Jacksonville, Puka Nacua, that's your big injury there. We know you using anybody to plug in. I would say I'm not really in love with someone like Jordan Whittingham, who has had some decent games in the past, but at the same time, Whittington. I'm not necessarily in love with the opportunity of using him, but if you have to plug somebody in and you were a little bit desperate, he would probably be the guy I would turn to. Certainly Tutu Atwell has had some big games in the past, but at the same time, that's another play that I'm not necessarily in love with. So Devontae Adams, obviously owned in every league, is the clear benefactor here with Puka out. But aside from that, I'm not really looking to use the other Rams receivers in this one. And as far as Jacksonville goes, you pretty much know who to use on the Jags. Again, it is an 8:30 kickoff. So go ahead and set your lineups. You've got an hour and a half, about an hour 20 before they officially lock in. Probably the biggest news that we're watching in terms of injuries for today's slates.
2nd down and 7 from the 14. Handoff, Jacobs up the middle, blasting to the end zone for a touchdown. Josh Jacobs, 14 yards.
All right, so Josh Jacobs has been an absolute monster this season, the 4th overall running back in fantasy scoring. And he is dealing with a calf injury and an illness. And, oh, by the way, if you happened to miss it yesterday, the Packers sat on their plane waiting to take off for over 5 hours yesterday. It actually, I believe, switched planes and had to eventually leave Arizona late yesterday evening. And so that certainly was not helpful for Josh Jacobs, who's dealing with a calf injury and is also dealing with an illness. So he is a true game time decision, and we know how that goes for a 3:25 start. That is certainly not ideal. I think it's tough to hold and wait on Josh Jacobs unless you've got somebody you feel very confident turning to instead because of the 3:25 kick. We probably won't get the inactives till right around 1:45, 2 o'clock this afternoon, which could, again, be very problematic if you don't have somebody you can turn to instead. Eugene Wilson would be the likely running back who would step in if Josh Jacobs is out today for the Packers and take the featured role, although I don't think he would be used in nearly the manner that Jacobs is. I think you'd see a little bit more rotation in the Packers backfield. But again, if you're willing to wait on Josh Jacobs and you don't have any other great options, but you can make room for Eugene Wilson on your roster today, that's probably the safest way to play it, because obviously you do want to use Josh Jacobs if he's active today against the Arizona Cardinals, who have a run defense that has been giving running backs all the points they want essentially in fantasy football scoring. So again, Josh Jacobs, a game time decision for a 3:25 kick. So if you're going to wait it out, or if you've got a decent option to turn to in one of those later games, then maybe you can go ahead and wait on him. But again, it is a true game time decision for a 3:25 kick, which makes things a little bit dicey when there are only 4 afternoon games. But you do have a couple of Monday nighters, so maybe there are some options that we'll talk about. Maybe, well, you know what? This guy should be in your lineup no matter what.
Takes the shotgun snap. Back to pass. 4-man rush again. Prescott looking, lobs it left side of the end zone. Lamb is all alone. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Obviously, CeeDee Lamb is the man that we're speaking of, but you can go ahead and lock Dak Prescott into your lineup as well. The Cowboys host the Commanders today. This is also a 3:25 kick at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. The Cowboys get CeeDee Lamb back. He is, let's call him I think at this point would now, assuming he's fully healthy, I think CeeDee Lamb's probably my top wide receiving option in all of fantasy football, even though Jamar Chase was awesome on Thursday night with Joe Flacco back under center for the Bengals. They may have found something. CeeDee Lamb, for me, in a PPR scoring format specifically, is probably my favorite wide receiver the rest of the season. So he's back. Lock him into your lineup. Get him going. How about this guy who's returning? What do you do with him?
Snap. Give it to Chuba. Chuba inside the 10. Bond slides into the end zone. Touchdown Panthers. He spikes the ball, and Carolina's got a lead.
All right, so Chuba Hubbard returns from injury this week, and the Panthers will be taking on the Jets at MetLife Stadium. And while Chuba Hubbard was gone, all Rico Dowdle did was put up back-to-back 200-yard scrimmage weeks. What does this mean? Well, Dave Canales, the Panthers head coach, has talked about how Dowdle has certainly made some inroads, and this is not going to go back to Chuba Hubbard being the featured guy. I think both, as long as both are healthy, Hubbard and Dowdle now for fantasy purposes are going to make this a little bit more difficult to navigate. I guess the good news is that if you're somebody who snagged Rico Dowdle, you could probably still use him at least for this week, and we'll kind of reevaluate next week. But it's not like Dowdle's going to be relegated to the pine. But I will remind you that Chuba Hubbard signed a very lucrative extension at the end of last season because the Panthers were so happy with the work that he did as their featured back. So now we see a report this morning from Adam Schefter that the Panthers have been studying how teams have utilized 2 running backs in their game. I find that amusing. They needed to study how to use 2 running backs. It's really not that hard. Essentially, you just one guy gets one series, and if you want to make it a true timeshare, go ahead, just completely rotate the two. And if one happens to be running better than the other about halfway through the second or third quarter, you just go with the hot hand. That's pretty much how you do it. Or you can go with a straight time split and make it maybe like a Detroit Lions situation with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. Nevertheless, though, Hubbard, Dowdle, I think you can probably use both of those running back options, especially with the Bills and Ravens on bye this week, which means that James Cook and Derrick Henry, who are generally locked in to running back starting spots, with those both on the bench, if you have Hubbard, if you have Dowdle, you can probably use both. Although I will say this, I would not want to use both in the same lineup. I don't want to, as successful as the Panthers running game has been the last couple of weeks, I don't want to start both Hubbard and Dowdle as my RB1 and RB2. So that is maybe where I draw the line. And if I'm choosing between the two, boy, that's the hard part, right? Because we don't have anything to work off of. If I had to go with one player this week against the Jets between Hubbard and Dowdle, I think I want to use Hubbard, but I wouldn't hate it if you're somebody who watched Dowdle basically help you win 2 weeks in a row. If you wanted to go with Dowdle over Hubbard and just see how Hubbard looks in his return, that makes sense to me as well. So I can go with either Panther running back if you're choosing between the two and not really fight you either way.
3rd and 5 at the 5. Here is Purdy dropping back, looks right, throws. It is a touchdown to George Kittle. Caught it just in the front corner.
All right, George Kittle returns for the 49ers this week on Sunday Night Football. The Niners host the Atlanta Falcons. Brock Purdy will not be throwing the football to him. He has been ruled out yet again, which means that Mac Jones will be under center for the 49ers. We do know that Pearsall and Jawan Jennings are both, or at least Pearsall is officially out. Has to actually confirm on Jennings, but it wasn't looking great for Jennings either this week, and he's dealing with multiple injuries. Now, he said he had 5 broken ribs. I'm not sure how that actually works. It seems unlikely that a player, if he actually had 5 broken ribs, that he would be allowed to play in a football game, be cleared by the training staff. But nevertheless, you have Pearsall out, which means that Kendrick Bourne, I think we've found him to be more than adequate as a replacement when it comes to the pass catching options for the 49ers. So I think I'm okay continuing to roll with Bourne, but having George Kittle back clearly gives the 49ers that added oomph that they need in their passing game. So that's good news there. Although I will say I would shy away from using Mac Jones. You may have gotten by with him for a couple of weeks, but against the Falcons defense, which has turned into a really good defensive unit these days, they've gone out and invested heavily in their pass rush, and they're getting good pass rush this season. So the Falcons against Mac Jones in San Francisco this week look like they're going to be a formidable foe, and I would shy away from necessarily using Mac Jones. But of course, McCaffrey, he's a must start. George Kittle returning, get him back into your lineup, and then Kendrick Bourne, I'm okay using him because it looks like he's been Mac Jones' favorite receiver to throw to. A couple of players not playing, but worth mentioning today.
Floats this one over the right side. He's got his man out there. It's Bowers who makes the catch, dives into the end zone for a Raider touchdown.
Brock Bowers out again this week as he deals with the knee issue. The Raiders are going to be on bye next week. And we should mention, too, that next week is going to be an absolutely hellacious week when it comes to buys. It is brutal. 6 teams on bye, including those Raiders. Also, the Lions, Rams, Seahawks, Jags, and Cardinals are all on bye this week. So this is where I'll go ahead and throw out a PSA to all the fantasy football owners out there. This morning might be an opportunity if you have a free roster spot that you can mess around with. Get ahead of it. Don't wait till waiver wires run on Tuesday. What you want to do is take a look, see if there's any running back on the waiver wire this week who doesn't have a bye next week, right? So someone not from any of those teams who you look at and say, okay, this guy could be somebody I might start next week because of all the buys that hit, go ahead and add them this week so you don't have to use big fab money next week or potentially have to try and grab them as your first waiver wire priority when they would be the obvious choice next week. So go ahead and try and get ahead of it this week. Again, 6 teams on bye next week. So this is one of those things where if you're an astute fantasy manager, you can go ahead and give yourself an advantage for next week and give yourself the best possible chance to win. One more here that I want to mention.
Sits in a clean pocket, throwing back left corner of the end zone. Jump ball for Marvin Harrison Jr. He leaps up and he makes the touchdown grab in the back left corner of the end zone, and the Cardinals have life.
All right, so MHJ Harrison removed completely from the injury report. He will be playing for the Cardinals today against the aforementioned Packers in Arizona, but Jacoby Brissett will be the man tossing him the pigskin, and that is probably, at least it was better for the Cardinals passing game last week against the Colts. Kyler Murray is going to miss this week yet again, and then after the Cardinals bye week next week, the hope is that Kyler Murray will return against the Cowboys in a couple of weeks. Honestly, I'm kind of done with Kyler Murray as a fantasy starting quarterback. I know he gives you a safe floor more times than not with his rushing ability, but at the same time, he's so frustrating, and the Cardinals' offense seems stagnant at times. So Kyler Murray, I think if you've been relying on him for any reason, I think certainly start looking for other options because I just don't trust him at this point. Don't think he's ever going to truly hit that upper echelon that the Cardinals may have thought they were getting when they drafted him first overall, or especially when they signed him to that big long-term extension a couple of years ago. 312-332-3776. Again, that's the phone number if you want to jump on in and talk some fantasy football with me, Jeff Meller, right here each and every Sunday morning during the football season. Starting at 7 a.m., I talk fantasy football with you. One more game that I did not get to that I want to hit on. Lots of injuries related to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who play on Monday Night Football against the Lions. That's the first of the Monday Night Football doubleheader. We'll tackle that next, right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show.
Make-believe computer football is no excuse for using the internet to be mean.
Back after this on ESPN 1000.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Jeff Joniak inviting you to join us today for Bears and Saints, live from Soldier Field.
The Chicago!
Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKean, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Saints on the lakefront. Kickoff today at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Start updating your home today with Menards. We have what you need to give your bathroom a fresh, updated look. Shop Menards' great selection of bathroom products from American Standard. No matter the size of your bathroom, American Standard offers a superior line of toilets, faucets, sinks, and bathtubs. Complete your bathroom update today with American Standard. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty. And when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local, veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
You're listening to The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Tullamore Dew on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Bell high snap, looks upfield, throws the ball downfield. He's got a receiver open. It's a caught ball. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Touchdown, Buccaneers. It's Tez Johnson. Touchdown, Buccaneers. What a throw by Baker Mayfield.
When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep, I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. And I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP.
The MVP of the National Football League and maybe, just maybe, your fantasy football team. That was Tez Johnson last Sunday after making, I'd say that has to be in the running for catch of the year. What a spectacular diving catch into the end zone. And it's always more aesthetically pleasing when the receiver is breaking the goal line as they're reeling in the catch. And that was a phenomenal catch. And then Tez Johnson went and hit the flip as well, which just put the emphasis and exclamation point on a ridiculous catch that was, over 50 yards, and it was Baker Mayfield having yet again another extraordinary game. Despite, and by the way, those, if you missed it, those were the MVP chants. That's who people were chanting MVP for, not Tez Johnson. But you have to absolutely love the fact that Tez Johnson initially was like, oh, damn, I made a ridiculous catch, and now these Tampa Bay fans love me so much, they're chanting MVP. Then he goes over to the sidelines, and he's like, hey, Sterling Shepard, hey, Shep, they're chanting MVP for me, man. I didn't do anything this year. You have to love the self-awareness of Tez Johnson to be like, man, that was a ridiculous catch, but do these fools know that I haven't really put up the stats to be an MVP candidate? And then Sterling Shepard to be like, bro, Baker is the MVP that they're chanting for. That just made my day when I saw that post-game comment from Tez Johnson, who could be in line for an uptick in usage tomorrow night as the Buccaneers are dealing with plenty of injuries with their wide receiving core. Now, here's the problem. I'm not going to advise to use Tez Johnson, despite the fact that we know Chris Godwin has already been ruled out. Mike Evans is listed as questionable, and so is Emeka Egbuka. The problem is, at least if you were looking at Tez Johnson as an option, and maybe that was more of a desperation play anyway, but it looks like Mike Evans and Egbuka, who were both participants, at least limited participants in yesterday's practice for the Bucs, which, because they're playing on Monday night, serves as their Friday practice. With both of them being limited participants, I think we're probably trending towards both Evans and Egbuka being active as they return from hamstring injuries for the Buccaneers. So it looks like Tez Johnson's likely to probably not be able to build on his MVP candidacy from last week. So keep that in mind. If you're waiting on Evans and Egbuka, which I think both options are probably worth waiting on, maybe, just maybe, Tez Johnson is the player worth having an eye on, having a roster spot for, if you find out on Monday night that you can't actually use either of those. That is something worth monitoring. And then, of course, you could also turn to some pass-catching options in Seattle or Houston as the Seahawks host the Texans in the second game of the doubleheader, the Monday night doubleheader tomorrow night. The Seahawks host the Texans. That's probably someone like Cooper Kupp, or honestly, I don't know who you want to use on the Texans because Nico Collins is obviously already owned, and there's nobody else I'd really rather turn to. So there you go. There's your options in that one. But worth monitoring, Mike Evans and Emeka Egbuka. They're both listed as questionable for tomorrow night's game. Let's start things off with your phone calls, and we'll get them kicked off with James, who's in Norwood Park. Jimmy, what's going on, man? You're on the Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Kind of in a tough spot ahead. Debo and Puka, so they're obviously out. You just hear about Tampa Bay. I got Sterling Shepard right now as my flex, and my starting running back is Kamara. I'm wondering, should I put in Kendre Miller as the flex and just do double running back against the Bears today, or pick up Luke McCaffrey, Ian Manor, or Whittington? Who are still on the wire.
All right, so you know what? E1 on your host here, James, because I meant to go ahead and put Debo into my injury roundup, and I did not. So I'm glad you brought him up right out of the gates here, because Debo Samuel, we should mention, for all the Debo owners out there, he is out. He's been dealing with that heel injury, despite the fact that he has played the last few weeks. He is not going to play today, and so that's Luke McCaffrey, James. Also with Terry McLaurin also having been ruled out, I've already given out the advice to folks out there. I like Luke McCaffrey. I think he's probably the one wide receiver in Washington who you think is going to have a pretty substantial role in their passing game against the Cowboys, too. It's a great matchup. The Cowboys, basically, their defense has given up a bunch of yards to everybody that they've played this season. So I'd go ahead and use Luke McCaffrey. I don't think you want to get in any situation where you're using two Saints running backs in your lineup. So I'd use Luke McCaffrey for sure, James.
Thanks a lot, Jeff.
No problem. Thank you for the phone call, and thanks for getting me to go ahead and talk about Debo Samuel, because I definitely should have hit that out of the gates. Let's try Ron, who's in Denver. What's going on, Ronnie?
Hi, I'm not in Denver. I'm in Schaumburg.
Schaumburg. Listen, Schaumburg, Denver, close enough.
Close enough. Anyway, thanks for taking my call. I've got Trevian Henderson or Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, so this one's interesting here, Ron. I just laid out why I like Luke McCaffrey here today, and I do. I like Luke over Trevian Henderson. Now, it looks like there has to be, at some point, an opportunity for Trevian Henderson to become more of a focal point of the Patriots offense. And the good news is that Drake May is absolutely emerging as one of the more viable fantasy quarterbacks to use. However, Trevian Henderson still has work to do. He hasn't been great in the pass blocking role that a lot of people touted him to be something that he was good at coming out of the draft. And so for whatever reason, he has struggled. And he has struggled despite the fact that Ramondre Stevenson has done everything he can to fumble away the starting job to TreVeyon Henderson, and yet Henderson hasn't done enough in his opportunities to seize that opportunity. And so until we actually see TreVeyon Henderson do something that he did similar to what he did in the preseason with those explosive plays, I have to advise, when you've got some decent options, I'd go elsewhere because, until we see it, I can't expect it. And so I would use Luke McCaffrey this week against the Cowboys over Henderson Ron in Schaumburg, not Denver. And I'd say still have optimism for Henderson for the long term, but right now I don't think I can really advise using him. Let's try Dave, who I know is in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. What's going on, Dave-O?
Actually, I'm in Spring Grove, Illinois
Love
now.
it.
But yeah,
Love
that's
it.
where I'm from.
Yes, of course.
Anyways, I got a PPR question. I need 2 or 3. I heard what you said about Jennings. Ertz is a little banged up or questionable today too, but I need 2 of these 4. Jennings, Kamara, Luke McCaffrey, and Ertz.
You need 2 of the 4, you said, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so, Jawan Jennings, I kind of want to see him have a good game before I go ahead and use him. And you mentioned it with, Ertz is listed as questionable as well, so I'm a little concerned about utilizing him. For me, it feels like Ertz is an okay option, if you need him as a tight end, but I don't want to use him over other good options. And I think Kamara and Luke McCaffrey are definitely better plays today over Ertz, Dave.
Thanks, Jeff. Have a good one.
Thank you, my friend.
In Chicago today?
What's up?
Is it raining down there by you guys today?
It absolutely is raining, Dave, and the forecast calls for rain throughout the game. So that is probably going to be something that the Bears and Saints skill players are going to have to deal with. There could be some pretty heavy winds as well throughout the game. So that's something worth keeping an eye on.
Thanks, Jeff. Good
No
luck
problem.
today, bud.
You too, Dave. And, that's if you're actually Deanne Miller asked me on Friday, she's like, should I plug Jake Moody into my lineup? And I was like, no, don't do that. Don't do that, Deanne. There's better kickers out there. I love what Jake Moody did last week for the Bears with the 4 field goals, the game-winning kick, but let's not be naive and assume that just because he had a nice little week in Washington in some less than ideal weather, we all know that how difficult Soldier Field and the winds off of the lake can be, how they can wreak havoc with kickers. And so Jake Moody, with his first opportunity to kick for the Bears as a home team member at Soldier Field, I'm not going to go ahead and advise using him in those conditions today. Let's try Mark, who is said to be in Atlanta. Mark, are you going to make it 3 for 3? Are you not in Atlanta this morning?
I am in Atlanta, but actually it's Mike.
Mike, perfect. All right, we have a hat trick of errors today. What's going on, Mike?
Hey,
Hey, Mike, I'm losing you there. You still there? I'm going to put Mike on hold and see if we can reestablish a line. Let's try Adrian in LaGrange. What's going on, Adrian?
Hey, what's up, buddy? I got a question here. I'm a half-point 12-man PPR league. So I heard what you said about Tez Johnson.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna ask you that question because I do have Mbuka.
Yes.
So, but I'm gonna wait on that. So
perfect.
My question would be then, who do I plug in for my flex? I have Charbonnet, Myers, and Judy.
Oof, boy, oh boy. I guess. Yeah, I okay. So worth noting too. Speaking of bad weather, the Cleveland Browns and Jerry Jeudy, who has Dylan Gabriel throwing him passes these days. So the Browns are hosting the Dolphins, and it now it doesn't look like the hurricane type winds that they were potentially facing earlier in the week. It looks like that has subsided a bit, but they're probably going to be playing in some rain and some bad wind in that one. So with Dylan Gabriel not having the strongest of arms, I don't love the idea of using Judy. So who were the other options there, Adrian, again?
I had Myers and Charbonnet.
Yeah, so I think if Myers is active, I would go ahead and use him, but you got to check on that because he's listed as questionable. But the good news is the Raiders are playing the Chiefs at noon today. at Arrowhead, so you can go ahead and you'll know definitively whether Myers is starting or not. So I would use Myers if he's active. Otherwise, go with who was the third option?
Charbonnet.
I'm sorry. Charbonnet. Yes,
Yeah,
Charbonnet.
Charbonnet.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
No
man.
problem,
Thank you. You're the best. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. You are the best, my friend. What I will say is that Charbonnet, too, worth noting that the Seahawks, there's been a lot of questions about Kenneth Walker getting him more involved. But, I saw a quote from the Seahawks offensive coordinator earlier this week. Hey, are you guys looking to get Kenneth Walker more involved in the running game? And it was one of those quotes where he said, yes, we always want to, we basically, I'll paraphrase here, but yes, Kenneth Walker is an explosive player and we love getting the ball in his hands. But then the rest of the quote, if you went on to listen to it, was, but we've also got to balance because we love what Zach can do as well, meaning Charbonnet. So if you saw a half of a quote where, they're going to try and get Kenneth Walker more involved in the running game, maybe that means bad things for Charbonnet and good things for Kenneth Walker. I don't read it that way. I think this is still a pretty close to a 50-50 split in Seattle between the two running backs. And unfortunately, it looks like they actually prefer Charbonnet near the goal line. So if you're, Kenneth Walker, you may need to use him next week in with those 6 bye teams that I mentioned. But, I wouldn't necessarily count on him being, a lock to be the featured back in Seattle. It looks like both Charbonnet and Walker are going to be viable fantasy options. 312-332-3776. That is the number, as always, to jump on in here on the Fantasy Football Show each and every Sunday morning, getting your football Sunday started here on your home of the Chicago Bears. They have a noon kick today, as we were just talking about the weather at Soldier Field that you need to be aware of. Noon kick today, which means we've got our pretty standard Sunday schedule coming your way. 8 a.m. after we're done. Bleck and Abdalla with your Bears tailgate. They'll get things started from 8 to 10 a.m. And then, of course, the Bears Network pregame show gets going at 10 a.m. with Waddle, Sylvie, and Deion Miller, who I just talked about. They'll be on from 10 to noon. And then, of course, Bears and Saints with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call, Jason McKee on the sidelines. Peggy and Yurko will have your Bears postgame coverage, and then I will be back with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer for the postgame show right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew, will be back with the answers to all your fantasy football dilemmas on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans, hike it into Hooters to watch all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Hooters has over 14 sauces and rubs to choose from. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. Wash them down with a Big Daddy mug of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, or Dos Equis, or a $6 legendary margarita. With 11 Chicagoland locations, there's a Hooters near you. Visit originalhooters.com to find yours today. Hooters, the original wing joint.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Is your tight end in or out?
Don't answer that.
Is your backfield in good shape?
Never mind.
And welcome back to ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. It's the Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller.
Less than an hour away from kickoff in London as the Rams take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. And as we mentioned, Puka Nacua officially out. So go ahead and make your adjustments. Get your lineup set for all of your Rams and Jags skill players. I'm Jeff Meller here on the Fantasy Football Show, taking your calls each and every Sunday morning during the football season from 7 to 8 a.m. as we get your Sunday started. And, of course, we go into full-blown Bears coverage right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. Let's try Matt, who's in Northbrook. What's going on, Matty?
Morning. All right. So instead of Puka, I picked up Whittington yesterday. So I need 2 of 3 wide receivers: Whittington, Bourne, or Golden on Green Bay.
So Bourne, easy call for me there. And you know what? I will admit this here, Matt. Like, Whittington can certainly. There's the potential for him to step in and have a pretty big day, but I think it's much more likely what we've seen from Whittington in the past when he's had a couple of, it's not a long list. There might be 2 or 3 games max where he's had like really good fantasy games, but that was without somebody like Devontae Adams on the Rams roster. And so with Adams there, I think he's just going to be the guy most likely to see the huge influx of passes. So I definitely like Matthew Golden over Whittington today. And I think what we've seen from Golden here too, Matt, the good news is that he finally looks like he's becoming a little bit more comfortable as a rookie in the Packers offense. Now, the one downside is that we haven't seen any big reception total numbers from Golden. And so there might be a bit of a ceiling on his day because I don't think he's going to, in all likelihood, catch more than 5-6 passes max. And he hasn't even hit that total yet in any individual game so far this year. But I like what I've seen from Golden so far, and I definitely like him over Whittington today. So he'd be the play for me. Let's try Mike, who is in Mount Prospect. Good morning, Mike. What's up, bud?
Hey, Jeff Meller. How are you, my brother?
I'm doing great.
I got 2 quick ones at PPR.
I'm actually leaning towards Drake May as my quarterback against Tennessee because Vrabel will be a revenge against his old team versus Jalen Hurts, who I picked much earlier in my draft at Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I need one of those two, and I'm leaning towards Drake. He's actually got 1 point higher score than Hurts is not throwing that much anymore, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, Mike, no argument from me. I think you're absolutely right there. Drake May is definitely the play over Jalen Hurts. At this point, Jalen Hurts he's living on the short touchdown runs. The passing game for the Eagles has been absolutely abysmal. It has completely derailed A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith's seasons. Only Dallas Goedert has been productive from a fantasy standpoint for the Eagles' passing offense. And Jalen Hurts, this is a problem. I said it after he won the Super Bowl. I still didn't love Jalen Hurts as a quarterback. When everything is functioning well for the Eagles' offense, Jalen Hurts looks great. When they're ahead, when they can dictate what they want to do offensively, just ground and pound you, when Saquon Barkley was, crushing it for 2,000 yards last season, and they could run stuff off of play action, they could work in some bootlegs, and Jalen Hurts wasn't asked to process through receivers. That's when he's at his best. When you cut the field in half, you run some of those boots, some play action. That's when Jalen Hurts is most effective. When you ask him, though, to drop back and read a defense, despite the fact that the Eagles were able to win a Super Bowl, that is not something that Jalen Hurts excels at. And it is actually his true kryptonite, and we're kind of seeing it play out this season. So the Eagles need to get back to running the ball more effectively for Jalen Hurts to have those bigger fantasy days that he had last year when they were piling up a ton of points, and then he was pushing in a couple of touchdowns per game. And if you're playing in a 4-point per passing touchdown league, that's where Jalen Hurts absolutely has an advantage because so many of his touchdowns are rushing touchdowns. That's where those extra 2 points per touchdown really play to his advantage. But if you're playing in a league where you get 6 points per passing touchdown, I really don't think Jalen Hurts is he's barely in the top 10 for me as a fantasy quarterback. So he's still a starter, but certainly not probably the top 4 type fantasy quarterback that you thought you drafted. So I'd go with Drake May for sure. We've seen some really good days from Drake May. He looks like he is going to be a really good quarterback. And hey, at the Titans, where Mike Vrabel returns against his former team, I think Drake May could be in store for a big day if Vrabel kind of looks to run up the score a little bit against the team that unceremoniously dismissed him. Let's try Scott, who's in Maryville. Scott, hey, what's up, man?
Hey, my good man. I got a tight end question. It's full PPR. I've had Kittle, on IR, and of course he's back.
Mm-hmm.
And I got Harold Fannin Jr. And I was thinking of playing Fannin Jr. one more week, just because Joku's out, the weather's ugly. Like you mentioned, the quarterback doesn't have much of an arm, and he's had double digits. But
Sure.
then now, but it is Kittle.
Yeah,
those guys are banged up, so they'll probably use Kittle. So I don't know.
For me, Scott, that's the thing, is George Kittle is he's too much of a difference maker at that position. I could see a path where Fannin outscores Kittle, as you just laid it out, because Kittle maybe doesn't have a monster game, but at the same time, and watch me, regret this, who's more likely to have a huge game? I mean, we've seen George Kittle have plenty of, 2 and 3 touchdown games in his career, whereas Harold Fannin, the rookie, is not that elite athletic type tight end that we've seen, break onto the scene. So for me, it's a no-brainer. I'm using Kittle, and he's back, and I'm not even thinking twice about it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Scott. 312-332-3776. One more segment to go before Bleck and Abdalla take over and get you set for Bears and Saints right here on ESPN 1000.
This is the Fantasy Football Show. Back after this on ESPN 1000. Cap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
Kennedy Express lanes closed? Well, the CTA doors are open. Why are you sitting in traffic?
When you could ride the train.
Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, and ride CTA.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, is kicking off fall with big savings. Score deals on OLED and QLED TVs. And don't miss a play this season. Add a powerful soundbar to feel the action every time your team scores. And for game day snacks, Apt's Gourmet Shop has top-rated air fryers, so you can make wings, mozzarella sticks, and other favorites healthier without sacrificing any flavor. It's game time. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Save big money on your bathroom upgrade at Menards. Tuscany creates thoughtfully designed bath fans that will align perfectly with your style while providing strong performance and near silent operation. They come equipped with a long-lasting dimmable LED light and come in a variety of styles to help your bathroom hit your fashion benchmark. Save big money on Tuscany bath fans. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
911, what's your emergency?
A tornado. It's coming right at us.
ABC Thursdays, the 911 universe expands to Nashville.
How far out is that tornado? 2 miles!
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Get everyone you can and send them out here now!
Chris O'Donnell, Jessica Capshaw, Kimberly Williams-Paisley, Leanne Rhymes.
We are on the move! Hell to save, kid.
911 Nashville. All new Thursdays, 9/8 Central on ABC and stream next day on Hulu.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
You're listening to The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Tullamore Dew on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Week 7 already underway as we had a throwback Thursday night with Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers piling up some big points for your fantasy teams. I benefited from a 4-touchdown performance from Aaron Rodgers, and plenty of people out there probably benefited from Joe Flacco feeding Jamar Chase endlessly. That was a very, very nice development as we finally have reason to believe in Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and even Chase Brown these days. So that was good to see on Thursday Night Football. I'm Jeff Meller. This is the Fantasy Football Show presented by Tullamore Dew. 5 minutes to go, and we each and every time at this time on Sundays bring in Justin Pottinger, who produces the show, to give us his daily fantasy play. What do we got, JP?
All right, guys, this week I'm going with Quinshon Judkins, rookie running back for the Cleveland Browns. Judkins, he caught fire, averaging about 95 rushing yards and 2 total touchdowns from weeks 3 to 5. Last week, he kind of cooled off, but I'm telling you, start him this week. He's playing against the Miami Dolphins, who are probably the worst rushing D in the NFL, averaging close to 130 rushing yards per game to all running backs in the NFL. And, dude, this weather today, oh, my gosh, it's supposed to be terrible. I'm seeing winds up to 30 miles per hour. Passes are going to go backwards. They're going to have to run the ball all day. I'm expecting at least 25 to 30 touches for Judkins in this game, and I'm going to guarantee you a touchdown scorer today from him with the Browns. He's about 7,400 on FanDuel, 6,000 on DraftKings. And real quick, Meller, I just want you to guess his over-under rushing yards today.
Oh, boy. I'm going to say 85.5.
95.5 yards, man. So I'm smashing Judkins this week. I love him. Start him.
Listen, that's an aggressive over if you're going to play it, but I definitely love the idea. I think he's going to see huge touch number, and so I'm right there with you. Good call. Justin Pottinger with Quinshon Judkins as your daily fantasy play. Jeff Meller here on the Fantasy Football Show. We are up against it here. Quickly, let's try and slip in a few more calls before we wrap it up. CJ in Shannon. What do you got, Siege?
Morning, Jeff. I have Romeo Dobbs, Wanda Robinson, and Marvin Harrison for half PPR. I need to start one out of those 3.
Yeah, I think I like Wandale there, especially with Slayton out today, Siege.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, my man. Let's try Mike, who's in Huntley. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Jeff. On my way to the game. Turn the water off when we get there, okay?
That's the plan. I'll speak to my people, Mike.
I need 2. I got all wideouts. I got Kupp, Waddle, Judy, Bourne, and Moore from Washington.
Yeah.
I need 2.
I'm not trusting Chris Moore just yet. I'd go Bourne, and then honestly, despite the weather of those guys, I'd still use Jalen Waddle. I think Tua is going to look to get him the ball.
Perfect. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
The 2-minute warning. This is the 2-minute warning.
And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
All right, here we go. Quickly, Freddie on the south side wants to know, he's got a choice between Tez Johnson or Mason Taylor, the tight end for the Jets. Boy, oh boy, Freddie, I think you got to go with Mason Taylor just because if Ibuka and Evans play, I don't think there's going to be a lot of volume for Tez, despite the fact that he made that monster catch last week. Ali in Rogers Park wants to know Luke McCaffrey or Kendrick Bourne. Ali, even though I've touted McCaffrey quite a bit today, I would go with Kendrick Bourne in a PPR format. Speaking of Kendrick Bourne, Larry in Elsip wants to know Bourne or Trey Tucker. I'm still going back to Kendrick Bourne there. But you know what, Larry? I will say this. If Jacoby Myers is ruled out, then maybe I would use Tucker over Bourne. So keep an eye on the inactives today. Nick in Plainfield in a half-point PPR wants to know Jordan, Mason, or Kamani Vidal. Nick, I'd go ahead and use Mason, even though Vidal had a big week last week. I think there's still an opportunity for Hakeem Haskins to potentially play a bit of a spoiler role for all the Vidal owners out there. So I'd use Mason. I think he's got a better path to a bigger workload. And speaking of Vidal, Caden on the south side wants to know Vidal or Kamara. I'd use Kamara against the Bears, even though I think the beloved are going to beat the Saints today. That's going to do it for me, folks. Thanks for listening. As always, Bleck and Abdalla are up next, and I'm back with the post-game show later with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
That does it for the Fantasy Football Show today, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. But don't miss more of Jeff Meller later today on the Bears postgame show 2 hours after the Bears game ends. And next week, when the Fantasy Football Show returns every Sunday at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
This is
Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago. Bradley University is a proud partner of Pre-Game Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck, on ESPN Chicago.
Here we go, Week 7 in the NFL. The Chicago Bears host the New Orleans Saints at Soldier Field. Kickoff set for noon. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer will be on the call of today's action. Starting at noon, we have the network pregame show coming up at 10 o'clock. And until 10 o'clock, you have Bleck and Abdalla, the pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University right here on ESPN 1000. If you want to join us this morning, you can call us at 312-332-3776. And Abdalla, this team, the Bears, they're over 500, 3-2, and now they host a home game today at Soldier Field against an inferior opponent, a 1-5 New Orleans Saints. Will today tell you how this season will go based on the way the Bears show up today against a lesser opponent? Because I feel like that's how we set the table for this game today. Great win on Monday night.
Yeah.
That was an awesome time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't deflate the balloon by losing today to the Saints in a game that you should win. Establish who you are, run the football, take care of the football, play better defense than you have to this point in the season, and beat the Saints today at home. Come on.
Yeah, this game against the Saints is much more of a measuring stick of where you are as a franchise and where you are as a team in the season than Monday night was. Monday night was a game that you circled and everyone circled when the schedule came out. Like, we knew, obviously, the opponents well before, right? And we knew that. But you knew, like, when the schedule...
Monday was a big game that everyone was hyped for.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And
against
coming
a much
off
better
of a
team, too.
Yeah, a much better team, but obviously with the Hail Mary and everything and how the season went last year, you wanted to get that game past you, right? You wanted to have that game and move on from it, and you were lucky to win that game. Like, obviously, you know, the way the turnovers went and everything and how you had to beat the Commanders and the refs at times and yourselves at times.
There were three parties.
There were three parties,
the Commanders, the officials, and Troy Aikman.
And Troy Aikman at times.
You had to take down Aikman as well.
That's the part of it, too. You know, like, there's been, I don't want to necessarily say chirping, but that's part of the storyline that goes into this, is that this, to me, is a game, it's not must win, obviously. We're at October 9th, right now,
middle
Today's
of October.
the 19th. Yes,
it's October 19th. It's the middle of October. It's not by any means must win. But to me, for this team to accomplish their goals, to progress forward as a franchise with Ben Johnson, it's a must, can't lose. Like, you can't lose this game and be taken seriously as a franchise. You want to win consecutive games in a row. You want to stack wins. And at this point, you can't lose, like you said, to an inferior opponent at home when you have all of this good mojo and not necessarily talking trash, but all of this commentary with Troy Aikman kind of going around the team, right? Like, we spent a good 3 days talking about what Troy Aikman said and what Caleb Williams said and what all of this stuff going on. Put that stuff behind you now. Focus on the Saints and beat the Saints at home. I'm not saying they have to win handily. I don't need to see a 3-touchdown lead or a 2-touchdown lead. The weather's going to be, the rain's supposed to clear up. It's going to be windy, all that good stuff, whatever. Like you said, take care of the football.
Yeah.
Go in at Soldier Field, win at home, beat the Saints, and move on because you have a tough road game moving on next week against the Ravens on the road.
Yeah. Well said. And I was listening to what you were saying the other day on Bleck and Abdalla. Yeah, it's not a must win, but it's a can't lose. It's like, who do you want to be this season? Right? Like, you got up for a big game. I don't think Ben Johnson's the type of coach that views a team that comes into Soldier Field today with a 1-5 record and says, like, let's let down. Like, I feel like Ben Johnson's been on the message this entire week about how it's 1 week at a time, take care of your business, this is what we do. And if that's the case and the team responds that way, then this should be a win.
Mm-hmm.
This should be a game where you win like 31-17, where it's. I know you're kind of smiling at that, but here's what I've envisioned: fourth quarter, it's not tight.
Yeah,
like fourth quarter, it's okay. Let's just take care of the ball. Let's get the football with like 9 minutes to go and go on a drive where we run the ball 8 to 12 times, and we just churn some clock and gain yardage on the ground.
Yeah.
And like, let's just put this one to bed type of thing. This shouldn't be a back and forth in the end, hoping that we come away with a blocked field goal or a fumble mistake by a quarterback that hands you the football back when you're facing the loss, right?
Yeah.
Like, this should be a game. If you are decent as a football team, and I didn't say the word great or good. I'm not saying that this team is a good football team yet.
Yeah.
But if that's what you want to be at the end of this season, you win today.
Well,
that's it. You win today. They are not as good as you talent-wise and hopefully not coaching-wise either.
No.
So you win today if that's the case.
No, but let me play devil's advocate. This team is also 2 plays away from being 1-4. If they don't block a field goal in Vegas, if Jaden Daniels doesn't fumble a football in front of him, this team is 1-4. And I understand you take wins any way you get them. But this team we could have easily say this could be a must-win game to salvage, any sort of season where the fans are paying attention, any sort of, interest in the team for the foreseeable future for the rest of the 18-game or 17-game schedule, right? And this is a team in the Saints that is getting better week to week. They are 10th in pressure rate in the NFL. They can get to the quarterback, something the Bears can't do. Spencer Rattler is getting better week to week. He doesn't turn the ball. He doesn't throw interceptions the way Jaden Daniels did last week, the way, Geno Smith did a couple weeks before that. He doesn't turn the ball over. So you might not be able to get as many turnovers as you have the past couple weeks, which is something the Bears have relied on, which we've said has been luck, but they just keep lucking into them. You might not be able to rely on that. So it's something that, the last 2 weeks, also running the football. The Bears were great at running the football last week, but we've seen the 4 weeks before that, they weren't able to run the football. Have they all of a sudden turned the corner and the light bulb has switched on and they've, during the bye week, they all of a sudden figured out how to run the football? Or was that an anomaly in a week and now, they kind of regress and go back to what they were before? So a lot of things can change in a week to week. They're also coming off a short week, and Ben Johnson mentioned it on Friday. Last time they came off a short week, they weren't good. So they have a lot to work on. They got their ass kicked by the Lions coming off a short week last time. Now, there was a lot of revenge factor coming off for the Lions for some reason because, God forbid, their offensive coordinator gets a head coaching job. For some reason, they felt bad about that. So there's a lot of things going into this. You're playing a team that, yes, they're not good, but they're also getting better. They're not great on the road, but they do get to the quarterback. They don't turn the ball over, which is something the Bears have relied on. So, yeah, this is still going to be a tough game. This spread has gone from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3.5 in some places. Like, there's a lot of sharp money coming in on this. A lot of people believe the Saints can go out and outright win this football game. The elements aren't going to be in your favor. I mean, it's in their favor, because they're out in the elements. They play in a dome. So, yeah, there's certain factors that favor the Bears. There's certain factors that favor the Saints. This could be a very easy game for the Bears to go in, but I could also see the Saints coming in and keeping this close and it being a game where the Bears do need to go out and win just the way they have the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you're wrong in laying any of that out. I also look at, you and I understand, in professional football, anyone can win each and every week. All these teams are essentially the same. There's a few at the top that are very good. There's a few at the very bottom that are terrible. I don't really group the Saints in that terrible category because they have a new head coach and they're progressing towards something. And usually teams that are trying to build towards something, they're scrappy. They fight. Mm-hmm. And then, like, that's what we've seen from the Saints so far. They're just haven't been able to win these football games. And there's a couple items there that I think, I think if you're talking about a pure gambling aspect, the fact that the line has moved from 6 down to 3.5, where the Bears are the favorite, I think early in the week, it was an obvious play this Saints. If you're going to get that many points off of the Bears getting that big win on Monday night, it was very obvious early in the week that the public was going to love the Bears facing off against a 1-5 team on the road. So, but I don't know if the Bears are good enough to cover a 6-point spread, let alone a 3-point spread. So I think the fact that it's moved down, and as you mentioned, the sharp money has changed where the line has moved with this. Mm-hmm. That's where it's now a more debatable, are the Bears a field goal favorite? Can they win over the field goal? I don't think it's as easy as, well, this team's 1-5, the Bears are 3-2, so they're automatically going to, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
The weather-wise, all those driving to Soldier Field, you're going to be wet during the tailgate.
Moist.
While you're drinking your Yinglings and you're grilling your meats, you're going to be wet. But it looks like by 1 o'clock, the storm should be out of the Chicago downtown area.
Mm-hmm.
At least 1 o'clock. Maybe sooner, but it looks like on the radar this morning that by 1 o'clock it should be gone. So you're going to have a wet start to the game. This is the second week in a row for the Bears. Limit the turnovers. And you mentioned that the way this defense has kind of played again, and, looking at how the Saints have played to this point this year, the Saints on offense are 27th in yards per play. The Bears defense is still dead last. Dead last.
Yeah.
32nd. Now, here's how the Bears have won some games. Abdalla mentioned it. It's the takeaways. It's the turnovers. The Bears are number 1 in the NFL in takeaways so far to this point this season. What's the thing that we need to remind people about that? You cannot guarantee turnovers. Now, I know the coaching staff and the players would have a rebuttal to that.
Yeah.
They would claim that the opportunities are presented to them because of the prep and because of the work that they're doing with the coaching staff and the players. I understand that. I just know from a pure statistical watching football mindset, where Abdalla and I are sitting here, you cannot guarantee turnovers from week to week.
Yeah, the two nerds sitting in a studio will tell you that it's luck.
Well, but we also know by reading enough about football that if you are a defense built on taking the football away, eventually the faucet will turn off. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
Now, if you are a defense that leads the league in quarterback pressure, you're a defense that leads the league in defensive yards per play, I think you're going to get some turnovers along the way because your defense is a menace.
Yes.
This Bears defense, although I like some of the the pieces, the individual pieces, the TJ Edwards, Jaquan Briskers. I think Tyreek Stevenson has played really good football this season. Montez Sweat, we saw his name a couple times last week. Props to Sweat. He punched one out there. Okay, all right, we saw you, Sweat. You've been missing in action, but we saw you. Here's the key. If you get the turnovers, sloppy field, wet field early, I think the Bears can win this football game, and it could be one of those situations. But if the Bears turn the football over or their defense can't get off the field, this is going to be back and forth all day long, and I don't think it's a guarantee that the Bears just walk all over the Saints today.
No, absolutely not. And I think that,
and it comes back to the defense. Like, all of this, we are all so excited about the offense, the head coach. Hopefully, most of us are excited about the development of the quarterback. But it all comes back to the defense because they're 32nd defensive yards per play.
Yeah.
They're the worst defense in football except for turnovers.
Well, and they should be getting even healthier today. Last night, Ian Rappaport saying that, Grady Jarrett, who was listed as questionable on Friday, he should be a go today. So he hasn't played the last few games. He should be back today. So that helps with stopping the run, helps with getting pressure on Spencer Rattler. But again, this is a guy that has minimized his turnovers. He doesn't throw very many interceptable balls. You're going to have to get after him. And they were able to pressure Jaden Daniels more. He's very elusive. Spencer Rattler isn't as elusive, but he can run. You're going to have to get after him. And the Bears need to find a way to generate some pressure. And if you go out and you win today, and you find a way to win against the Ravens, maybe you force the hand of Ryan Poles to go get you some help on that defensive line. Maybe. Because you have to find a way to generate pressure. Like you said, you cannot rely on turnovers. You just can't. And people can say, oh, well, they keep getting 2 and 3 turnovers a game. That's cool. That's awesome. But you need to find a way to get to the quarterback because the pendulum will swing back the other way. You will have a game where you can't get turnovers, and then what are you waiting for? The only reason the Bears were able to find a way to win that game on Monday night is because Jaden Daniels dropped a football right in front of him, and they were able to jump on it and kick a field goal at the end of the game. If Jaden Daniels doesn't drop that football, we're talking about a Bears team that's 2 and 3 and trying to get back to 500 today.
Yeah, but was he smiling? Was Jaden Daniels smiling?
He looked pretty while he was doing it.
Did he smile after the turnover that lost the game?
Yeah, because it's vibes, bro.
All I heard was how great his smile was and how great of a quarterback he is.
I wish I had that smile.
He choked away the game on Monday night, and the Bears took that one. They are 3-2. They have a home game today at Soldier Field against the Saints. It's Bleck and Abdalla. We are on the air until 10, hanging out with you at 312-332-3776. Let's talk Bears.
ESPN Chicago.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Jeff Joniak inviting you to join us today for Bears and Saints, live from Soldier Field.
The Chicago!
Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKean, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Saints on the lakefront. Kickoff today at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
4 years of whiskey wisdom deserves a proper toast. Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco. Join us as Whiskey University celebrates its 4th anniversary. Come out to Foxtail on the Lake in Des Plaines Wednesday night at 6:30. No better lesson than a Whiskey U Hall of Famer, Templeton Whiskey. Born in Templeton, Iowa, and steeped in the Prohibition era, Templeton has been schooling whiskey lovers for over a century. So raise a glass, not a textbook, and celebrate 4 spirited years of Whiskey University. Whiskey U! Please drink responsibly.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Welcome back. It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN
again,
1000, the ESPN
the
Chicago app.
Have gotten into the system.
How so?
I mean, listen, we've had recent infestations here at...
I don't think we have. I think the computer just malfunctioned.
No, recent infestations.
You saw a mouse here in the studio?
We need to just get a cat, I think. We got mice in the pockets. A lot of people saying we lately.
If I had... That's an inside joke. If I had to guess, I would imagine that Charlie would have a cat.
Oh, Charlie seemed like a cat guy. I could imagine him sitting down, watching some football, little cat on his lap, just sitting down watching a game, watching a Oregon game.
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. The pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University. Our great friend, the very best, Tracy Butler, she texted us before we went to commercial break. She said steady rain should wind down around noonish, so it should be good for the game. There's going to be like a mist in the air. Mist in the air. She wants everyone to be aware of gusty winds from the northwest, about 30-plus mile per hour for those gusts. So, and she brings up a good point because the Bears have a new kicker today.
I was going to bring this up.
Who will be kicking at Soldier Field. Jake Moody will kick today. Cairo Santos is out for the Bears.
I'm going to bring this up because I know that some people are down on Cairo Santos, But I do feel like this is the situation where I feel more confident in Cairo Santos than I do Jake Moody. And Jake Moody might have the big leg and might have the boot and be able to kick 65-yarders, but there's just something mentally about he's never kicked in Soldier Field before. Cairo knows how to kick in Soldier Field. He's the most accurate kicker for a reason. He knows how to do it.
He's been very good at home.
And look, Jake Moody didn't do anything that Cairo couldn't do on Monday night. He got a kick block too. So don't act like he doesn't have a low trajectory or whatever either.
You're fired up to defend Santos.
No, I'm just saying.
I didn't know that this was part of the show today.
Team Moody. He got a kick block too. So don't act like we're carrying Moody off the field just because he kicked a game winner. He got a kick block too. Okay.
What if he kicks a game winner today?
Then cool. Carry his ass off the field. Whatever.
Why are you out on Jake Moody?
I'm not out on Jake Moody.
Why you are?
I would just say that if Cairo Santos was kicking today, I would feel a little bit more comfortable. You've got 30 mile an hour. You and I have seen games where we've seen Robbie Gould go up to kick a field goal.
Oh, yeah.
And that wind carry it 90 degrees to the left.
I mean, many Bears fans will remember that classic game against the San Francisco 49ers
that's the one.
where I believe it was there was the the Vasher attempted kick by the 49ers, then returned for touchdown.
Yep.
That for a minute it stood as the longest return in NFL history.
Yeah.
But that day, you're right. That day, early in the game, there were field goal attempts from decent range, like 30, 40 yards out, that took a right turn and like ended up in the stands.
There were extra points that were questionable, and that's before they moved them back.
Yeah, I mean, today is not going to be that.
No.
But yeah, Soldier Field's a difficult kicking place because of the winds. They swirl in the seating bowl. You can see when you're sitting in the stadium, you can see the flags on the goalposts, and usually from end to end, they're blowing in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
So today, the wind will be coming from the northwest. So we'll see how that affects the game. Maybe it affects, maybe it's a situation where it's a wet day, the winds are howling, maybe based on the direction you're facing. If the Bears are going to the south, maybe that's a day where you do try the 50-plus yard field goals. If you're heading towards the north end zone, maybe that's a day where you say anything beyond like 45, you're not kicking, or you go for it.
Maybe you do. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe you do see some situations where these teams are going for it on 4th and short a little bit, in certain ranges a little bit more, just because of that wind.
And Ben Johnson is someone who is willing to, if it's 4th and within 5, he will go for it. So
you bring up a good point, because I do think that Caleb Williams can be somewhat, he is an X factor, obviously. He's the quarterback, he's mobile, he can run. And teams with, Brad Biggs put out this stat earlier this week, that teams with quarterbacks that can run have done a lot of damage to this Saints defense. Kyler Murray ran for 38 yards. Josh Allen ran for 45 yards. Jackson Dart ran for 55 yards. Drake May ran for almost 30 yards. Caleb Williams can run when he wants to. And I'm wondering if they see an opportunity here to have a game where we've seen games where Caleb Williams, when they have designed runs.
Yeah.
And not like oh my God, I don't see anything, I'm going to take off and run. But designed runs for Caleb Williams, or maybe DJ Moore out of the backfield, or whatever, where you can have bigger guys, use Luther Burden as well, where you can have bigger guys take advantage of that. And that's a situation where if you're at 4th and short and you don't want to kick because of the wind, where you can have Caleb Williams take advantage of that situation and run it and pick up a first down, because they're very susceptible to mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah, and it's certainly something to keep an eye on as the game goes along. I would prefer it, if he's going to run, to be in situations where they spread it out. Have 2 tight ends, have the multiple wide receivers, have everyone out, so then when Caleb's dropping back, you see the pocket open up. Like, that's when you want to run the most. And I know that he has been ripped before in the past because he leaves the pocket too early, but I think if those situations present themselves today, then he should take advantage of it. Darren in Hayward, Indiana. You're on with Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Darren?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm from Iowa, by the way.
Yeah, Hayward,
fantastic.
Iowa, yeah.
Hayward, Iowa. Beautiful.
Hayward. Yep. Okay. I got a problem with what you said, Adam, about Corey Santos. What he said, what you said, that you would trust him more than Moody, I would not in this situation. Now, if you look at Washington Monday night, he kicked a, 38-yarder in the win? Corey Santos would have probably missed that. I've seen Carlos Santos miss a lot of field goals from 40-plus, and this guy went 4 for 5. I mean, I've seen this guy kick in Michigan, and he got released by the San Francisco 49ers because he missed 2 kicks. Well, you know what?
He missed a lot more than 2 kicks.
I think he missed 2 in San Francisco. I do. I believe that. Now, I guess you can have your own opinion, but Corey Santos is a good field goal kicker. He's one of the accurate ones we ever had in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
But he had a block kick. Moody had a block kick. But he's got a lot of block kicks in his career. But that's all I want to say. Thanks, Adam. See ya, Black.
Thank you, Darren. Appreciate it. From Hayward, Iowa, listening to the show, Bleck and Abdalla. And don't do that. You're going to look up how many kicks he's missed overall. I think Darren's talking about the game before he was released.
Okay.
You really think that call, he thought he's only missed 2 kicks, and then that's why he was released? The game, he's talking about the game that he was released by the 49ers.
Okay.
But sure, I know what you're Googling. Go ahead. Tell us how many kicks
No.
Jake Moody has missed in his career.
That's fine.
I can see what you're doing. I know. I already see in your brain what you're going to do.
I've moved on.
Tell us how many kicks he's missed.
I've moved on. I'm looking up how many games Hugh Freeze has lost when he scores less than 20 points a game.
You're looking at Hugh Freeze.
He's 1-14. I'm waiting for coaches to get fired today, dude.
Well,
I'm waiting for the Brian Kelly hammer to come today.
Is there anything happening on the tarmac at LAX this morning?
I'm waiting.
Do we know anything going on there?
No, they're not firing him. You're not getting out that easy.
What a disaster!
You're not getting out that
night.
easy.
Shout out to Notre Dame in that win. I am a USC fan, and I will respect when my team gets its ass handed to them.
And they're getting 2 more years, right? Isn't that the rumor?
Nicole Auerbach last night reported that the both schools are trying to come to an agreement to play in 2026 and 2027.
But USC wants it in the first 3 weeks, and Notre Dame said, no, we want it later.
Yeah, Notre Dame wants it in October like it traditionally has been. It used to flip-flop between the Notre Dame home games used to be in October, and then when USC would host in Los Angeles, the games would be at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And USC is petrified of this rivalry, apparently. Lincoln Riley and the administration.
I mean, it's obvious why.
And so they want it before Big Ten play starts.
That's a big win for Notre Dame.
Yeah, it's a huge win. A terrible loss for USC, but a huge win for Notre Dame. Congrats. I don't know what that play calling was in the fourth quarter, but sure.
Oof.
If you want to join us, talk some Bears football, you can join us here on ESPN 1000 at 312-332-3776. Terrible game last night, but good for Notre Dame.
I mean, it was actually a really good game.
No, I mean, it was a good game. Lincoln Riley. Do you know Lincoln Riley has never, with USC, has not beaten a top 25 team on the road?
I mean, that would get you fired, I would think.
He's like 0-11.
That would get you fired, I would think. But who you getting, Chris? Who you getting?
It doesn't matter. It's smoke and mirrors with this guy. All right, we're going to talk Bears. Bears-Saints coming up on the lakefront at noon. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. Then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry banana to sour apple. Packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle, you'll get as much caffeine as 12-ounce premium coffee with 0 sugar and also 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
I'm just telling you, it's better when they win.
Yeah. They better win today.
During the commercial break, Potsy, Abdalla and I were talking about, if you have your favorite teams. My favorite teams, the Chicago Bears. I'm a supporter of Manchester United.
Sure.
And I love USC football. And I mentioned to Abdalla that a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, the last time United played, both the Bears and USC won on that weekend. And I was like, wow.
What a weekend.
This is the first time that the 3 teams that I follow in the fall all won on the same weekend. It felt great. And I mentioned to Abdalla, I go, for the 3 teams that I follow, that doesn't happen a lot. United has been terrible for like the last 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
USC has been bad.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bear, we know the Bears situation.
The Bears, yeah.
My point is, I said to Abdalla, I go, man, it's so much more fun to be a sports fan when the teams actually win. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, I can't say what I said on the off the air. Yeah.
So what do you think?
What are you new here?
What are you new?
I mean, we work here.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's more fun when the teams actually win.
Like, the Bulls start on Wednesday, right?
Again, it's more fun when the teams actually win.
Exactly.
On Monday, when the Blackhawks won at the same time the Bears were winning, I was like, what is this? What's going on?
What is this life?
This is amazing. Do people actually get to, do this
cherish
normally?
these 20 minutes.
Hi, Hannah.
Hello.
I agree with you. That's when the teams win, especially in the winter. When you get the winter teams actually winning and giving us something to look forward to. Hannah's right. When the Blackhawks win, when the Bulls are decent.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe there's some cities out there that have more than one good team? There's a few cities out there that I'm like, wow, you guys, that's crazy.
Like
just
if you're
consistently
from
good.
Boston in the last 15 years of sports.
Yeah. Or like Philly even.
Philly. You've got
right
good
now,
teams.
yeah.
Of course.
Maybe soon.
Wisconsin's been pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You
Any
lump the
Wisconsin
Packers
team.
with the Milwaukee teams. I mean,
Yeah.
they're always good. Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app, getting you ready for the Saints and the Bears on the lakefront. Kickoff at noon. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago. Daniel on the Gold Coast here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just, in terms of the Bears being lucky, I mean, clearly, that was a fortunate bounce there at the end of the game. I guess I would just sort of say, yeah, if we're going to talk about them being lucky, I think we need to look at sort of the big picture of that game, which was, the Commanders were pretty lucky with those calls that the Bears got. There were 4 or 5 egregious fictional calls on the Bears, including one that took points directly off the board. Another one, the Brisker call, left tackle pushes him right into his quarterback. Guess what? That was the last drive of the game for the Commanders. That was 3rd and long. They were going to have to punt. So, I'm not necessarily disagreeing, but I think we kind of have to be honest here that game, the way that game was officiating, was like plus 10 points for the Commanders. The Bears were not the beneficiaries of any calls. So that's all I'm saying is, you could also say that the Commanders were lucky to have been in that game, given how that game was officiated.
Yeah. I think
good point, Daniel.
I think what Daniel's trying to say is ball don't lie. Is that it evens out in the wash, right?
Sure. And I would say this, as a principle for myself as a sports fan, I tend to almost never blame the officiating because I feel as if it works both ways. Especially if you look at a sport like football or basketball, there are so many calls that take place that you're going to get some in your favor, some against you. With that said,
yeah,
as a sports fan, I do feel like Monday night was very aggressively favoring the Washington Commanders. And I don't think that that's just being a, quote, Bears fan living in Chicago.
Yeah.
It did feel like everything was ticky-tack called against the Bears. Meanwhile, the Commanders were kind of allowed to just play their game.
I don't think it was skewed in the direction of the Commanders. I just think that the calls that were I don't think the Commanders were put in a situation where there could have been calls against the Commanders. Do you know what I'm trying to say? There wasn't pass
the Colson Loveland push-off pass interference. Yes. That's egregious.
That's egregious.
That's
but I don't think the
terrible.
Commanders put themselves in a situation to have that call be made against them.
I don't know. I don't think Colson Loveland did anything but run his route.
I don't think he did either.
There was that call, the Theo Benedette lined up,
ridiculous,
where his helmet was in line with the center,
ridiculous.
Drew Dahlman. That's garbage. I don't know. It smelled like something was going on.
Well,
there.
and that's why
it didn't feel right.
That's why we pointed it out early on in the game that this is a brand new crew. This is a crew that has called the most penalties in the NFL so far, and this is what they were going to do. They were going to muddy the game up with penalties, and I'm honestly surprised that we didn't get more, just like the holding penalties and like the ones that just slow down the game. Not necessarily the ones that we, the lining up offsides like we did with Benedict, or the illegal contact penalties, but just like the ones that slow down, false starts and, holdings and all that kind of stuff that really just slow down and slog the game down. I'm surprised we didn't get more of those throughout the game, because those are the ones that they've been calling the most of, that are the ones that because you can call holding on every single play if you wanted to. They just don't see it, or just don't call it every time. It's ridiculous. But again, but the Bears, they won. We move on and find a way to beat the Saints now.
Yeah, and I think you look at the offensive line, talk about holding. The offensive line last week played great football. I thought Benedict was good, Tooney good as always. Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright on the right side, they were doing work. And Darnell Wright, what a game he had last week. He was out there mauling dudes. And so if the offensive line is going to show up and play like that, the one thing that they did was they were able to protect Caleb when he needed to pass, and they gave him time to limit those holding calls on the offensive line because Caleb wasn't back there running circles trying to avoid the pressure. It happened once. That was a bad play on Caleb.
Yeah.
The fact, here's the thing that he needs to keep in his mind. When he drops back and he avoids the rush initially, that's it. No more. You're done. Eliminate the secondary turnaround, back to the play, running around thing. If you get past it once, live for another down. Throw it away or just run forward, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Do not do a second loop, a third loop, and running. That's where he gets in trouble. And that one play specifically, called back in my head to remember against Tennessee in the opener last year, when he just kept doing that because he thought it was still college football and he could get away with that because he was the best athlete on the field.
And that's why I say this is important, too, because, the Saints, like I mentioned, they're 10th in pressure rate this year so far. They've got a good defensive line. They can get to Caleb Williams. And I hope that last week wasn't an anomaly. Wouldn't it be great if they did flip a switch and figure out everything in the bye week? I don't think it's possible. I think that, you come out, you had the rest factor over the Commanders, and maybe that helped. But it would be nice if they did find some form of an alignment here with Theo Benedict there on the left side. But as these guys have more experience alongside each other, they're going to get better and better. As they have more experience, as they continue to hopefully stay healthy, these guys are going to get better and better as they move on and progress further and further into the season. And if Theo Benedict can move on, then that's a great piece that you found. That's great. Braxton Jones will be a good swing tackle. And, they've obviously, Ozzie was active for Monday night, and so he's a good depth piece now too. But if Darnell Wright keeps playing like that during games, that's great too. And you've got good guys that were making, holes for DeAndre Swift to find, and he had a great game too. Hopefully you continue to run the ball like that as well, because especially in a game like today, where you're going to have 30-mile-an-hour gusts of winds, that affects throwing the football. You're going to need to keep the ball on the ground and run the ball like that as well. So hopefully they continue to have a good game.
We're previewing the Bears and the Saints on the lakefront. If you want to join the conversation today, you can call us at 312-332-3776. We're brought to you by Bradley University,
the new home of the Chicago Bears.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What, do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle-cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
4 years of whiskey wisdom deserves a proper toast. Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco. Join us as Whiskey University celebrates its 4th anniversary. Come out to Foxtail on the Lake in Des Plaines Wednesday night at 6:30. No better lesson than a Whiskey U Hall of Famer, Templeton Whiskey. Born in Templeton, Iowa, and steeped in the Prohibition era, Templeton has been schooling whiskey lovers for over a century. So raise a glass, not a textbook, and celebrate 4 spirited years of Whiskey University. Whiskey U! Please drink responsibly.
October means fall allergies are in full swing. Congestion, itchy eyes, sinus pressure. Don't let it slow you down. Sinus and Snoring MD specializes in sinus, allergy, and snoring care, all done in-office by experienced providers who treat you like family. With locations throughout Chicagoland and into Wisconsin, relief is closer than you think. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com to schedule. Trust me, you want to take care of this now. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go!
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get ready for chilly days with True North's True Brew Coffee. True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend brewed daily. Now only $1 when you use your True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Bleck and Abdalla brought to you by Bradley University on the pregame tailgate. 4 hours before every Bears game right here on ESPN 1000. Sylvie Waddle and Dion will have the network pregame show coming up in about an hour and 8 minutes right here on ESPN 1000 at 10 o'clock. They'll take you into game coverage. Joniak there, Jason McKee working the sidelines. And then you'll have 4 hours of postgame coverage right here on ESPN Chicago as well. Peggy and Yurko, Jeff, Pat the designer, and McKee late after the game. All the coverage right here on ESPN Chicago, your home for Bears football. It's Bleck and Abdalla on the air until 10 o'clock. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Now, the two quarterbacks in this matchup, Caleb Williams, Spencer Rattler, both went to Oklahoma. They overlapped for a season, 2021. They were teammates. They were asked about their relationship during the week. It sounds as if they don't really have much of a relationship. And Caleb kind of brushed it off as like he doesn't really talk to the other Oklahoma guys during the season. I think the way I always perceived that was that Spencer Rattler is not really too much of a likable character. And I could see that there was a competition there when they were at OU.
Yeah, obviously.
Under Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, they were. I mean, obviously, Caleb was there, and then Spencer was brought in.
Well, this is the way Spencer Rattler was there in 2019.
Yes.
He was a freshman when Jalen Hurts was there.
Yes.
He only attempted 11 passes. His sophomore year, he started 11 games. It was 2020. He threw for 28 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. His junior year was the year that Caleb was a true freshman. And it's the legend, it's the OU legend against Texas. So in that season, Spencer Rattler was the starter.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb was put into the game after Oklahoma was down to Texas in the second quarter. It was 6:42 left in that game, 35-17. I believe at that time, Rattler had 2 turnovers. They put Caleb into the game, and boom, the Sooners were off and running. They win that game 55-48. And essentially, the rest of that season, Caleb was the starting quarterback.
Yep.
And he led Oklahoma to the rest of the season.
Yeah, and that was it, right? And then he, transferred to USC, won the Heisman, and then obviously had the not so great season. It was a decent season after that, but never won a national championship after that. He went with Lincoln Riley over to USC, transferred with him. And then, obviously, Caleb has always said, he doesn't keep in touch with Baker Mayfield. He doesn't keep in touch with, he doesn't talk to any of these guys, really. And, Spencer, if you watch that show on Netflix, that QB1 show,
he was very unlikable on that show.
Yeah, to put it
very
to
unlikable.
Put it nicely. Yeah.
The way you could probably describe it would be a cocky blank.
Yeah, I would.
That's the way he came across as a kid who wasn't in college yet.
You could say cocky. There's probably too many letters in there. Yes.
But the word that follows that, I don't think I can say, is the way he came across on that show as a highly touted, highly recruited kid who thought he was the greatest quarterback in the history of the world.
Yeah.
And a total blank.
Yeah.
A bag.
Yeah.
Right there. You can say that. Isn't that the way he came across on that show, QB1?
Yeah, that's exactly how he came across, I would say. But that's okay. I don't have a problem with you can be cocky. You can be that if you're a quarterback, that's fine. But, I've always seen Caleb as kind of being, kind of a nice guy to people at certain times. He can be kind of cocky. He can be standoffish. We've heard stories about that in the Seth Wickersham piece and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
But to me, this is more of this isn't really like a rivalry thing between the two of them. Obviously, we heard last week about Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and how Jaden Daniels from Michael Wilbon doesn't really like Caleb, but that could just be more of a 1 versus 2 thing, and how Caleb was selected 1 overall and Jaden was selected 2, and how Jaden thought he should have been 1, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if this is really that, or maybe it's just more of this goes back to Oklahoma and how, he took the job from him and never gave it back. But whatever. Spencer's playing better than he has before. He's consistently getting better, just like Caleb Williams is consistently getting better week to week. Both these guys are getting better for their teams. Obviously, the Bears are better than the Saints right now, but I wouldn't take Spencer Rattler lightly, and I don't think Ben Johnson and the Bears, and especially I don't think Dennis Allen is taking Spencer Rattler lightly because he knows what the Saints are capable of.
Yeah, I mean, moments ago, about 15 minutes ago, we were talking about Lincoln Riley and USC after they lost to Notre Dame last night. His time in Oklahoma, he truly had a quarterback factory there, because before Jalen Hurts and Spencer Rattler were there together in 2019, 2 starting quarterbacks in the NFL this week and for most of this season. The year before, he had Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray together. Mm-hmm. Then Kyler was by himself. You bring in Jalen Hurts. You have Spencer Rattler. You have Caleb Williams. All of them are starting quarterbacks in the NFL. And, yeah, maybe Spencer Rattler is the last guy on the list, but you're right. He is a capable, young, learning quarterback to this point. Spencer Rattler is one of 3 quarterbacks this season that have only thrown 1 interception. The other 2, Baker Mayfield and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and those are all his guys. And I think that he's actually thrown less interceptable balls. Like we saw Caleb throw 2 very interceptable balls just in one game last week. He's had one, I believe, in the last 3 games, Spencer Rattler. So he's not throwing balls that are 50-50 balls. He's not throwing balls to, that DBs are just dropping. He's just throwing to guys that they're not being able to catch, or not. He's not throwing a guy into coverage or anything like that. He's just getting better and better and progressing each and every week.
It's Bleck and Abdalla, the pregame tailgate right here on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago Bears pregame.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest. Most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Football starts with Game Day Tailgate. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pre-Game Tailgate with Chris Bleck and Adam Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
We are an hour away from the network pregame show, live from Soldier Field, inside Gato, the Dr. Pepper patio. Waddle, Sylvie, Dion. They'll greet you as you enter the south end zone. You cannot miss them if you're going to the game. If you're walking into the south end zone, you have to go up the steps to get to the seating bowl. You will pass by the Dr. Pepper patio, and that's where they will broadcast live from 10 to noon this morning, getting you ready for the Bears and the Saints on the lakefront. The Bears are 3-2, coming off of a big win on Monday night against the Commanders. The Saints are 1-5. You know, the Saints coming into this game are off to their worst start since 1999 when they went 1-7 on the season with their head coach at the time, Mike Ditka. So this is the worst. They've been good for a while, the Saints have. Mm-hmm. Sean Payton moved on, and they haven't been this bad. But like we've been talking here on the show, it's Bleck and Abdalla. Pre-game tailgate brought to you by Bradley University. If you want to join the conversation, you can call us at 312-332-3776. This is a scrappy 1-5 team that will be facing off against the Bears today at Soldier Field.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is a defense that's getting better and better. This is they can get to the quarterback. They're 10th in pressures. They're in pressure rate, I mean. You know, and this is an offense that's getting healthier, and Spencer Rattler that's getting better. They've got decent weapons. And Chris Olave and Taysom Hill and Rashid Shaheed, and they've got a quarterback that can get them the ball and distribute the football well. And I think the elements kind of, not necessarily even the playing field, but you've got a team that went out and we don't know what to expect from the Bears running game. Like we've seen the worst of the Bears running game and we've seen the best of the Bears running game. I don't really know what to expect from them today. Are we going to see what we saw on Monday night, or are we going to regress back to what we've seen the first 4 weeks of the season? And so I hope that they can continue to progress and see what we saw on Monday night. But again, they're coming off a short week, and last time we saw them off a short week, they got their asses kicked by the Lions. So hopefully, I don't think they're going to look over anybody. Ben Johnson's not going to be the kind of a guy to take his foot off the gas or anything, even with a lesser opponent. I think that especially with all of the talk from Troy Aikman and all that stuff surrounding and all the guys that they've got something to prove, I think, this week. And I think they also have a coach now that's not going to not take anything lightly, but if they do have something to prove, he's going to go out and I think try to prove it and try to not necessarily run up scores, but if he can keep scoring, it's the NFL. He's going to not stop scoring.
A couple notes to keep your eye on as the morning progresses. I know for your tailgate, for your enjoyment of Yinglings out there in the parking lot and your grilled meats getting ready for the game, it's going to rain. It's going to rain until about time for kickoff. That first hour of the game, it might be misty. But by 1 o'clock, the storm should move out over Lake Michigan, and the rest of the game should be clear, but you're going to get wet while you tailgate. But for most of the game, you should be dry in the seating bowl if you're attending today's game. A couple of thoughts on the players and the activity for today. We'll watch and see if Grady Jarrett plays. He's questionable with the game designation heading into today's game. DeAndre Swift is questionable heading into today's game designation. Cairo Santos is out. Jake Moody will kick for the Bears. Besides that, the Bears are fairly healthy heading into this game. I know that DJ Moore was left behind in Washington for a day, and he arrived back in Chicago on Tuesday. He's set to go. He's ready to play. So the Bears are relatively healthy. Jake Moody gets the kick again today. Cairo Santos out. It's going to be windy, perhaps gusts up to 30 miles per hour from the northwest. We'll see how that affects the strategy as the day goes. 312-332-3776. We go to Ray in Evanston. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ray?
Hey, good morning, boys. How you guys doing today?
We're good. What's up, Ray?
Hey, Abdalla. What's up, buddy?
All right.
It's awesome to get you guys for 2 hours on Sunday morning.
Thank you.
Really quick. Yeah, really quick. Abdalla, also, I wanted to say good job last week on Fox.
Thank you.
With Lou Canellis. I do have a question, though. When you're, done with the segment, how long did they tell you got to smile for? Because you were holding that cheesy smile for quite some time.
Oh, they tell you. Well, Chris has done it, too. How long do they sit there and they're like, we're rolling.
They don't tell you you have to hold a cheesy smile.
Oh, come on. They make you cheese it up. And then they go, and you're clear.
It's very relaxed.
Yeah.
They're the best over there.
It's not like the news where they go, all right, guys, fake talk, like in Anchorman, where you're just pretending to say stuff to each other. We don't do that.
Oh,
we love the people over at Fox.
Yeah, Canellis is talking, and you're just holding that smile for a while.
Yeah.
That's great. That's outstanding.
Really quick, so for today, one thing that bothered me, I know it worked last week, and I've been big with you guys on Swift. I loved him in college, but he's got to go. I know they had a lot of effective runs in that game, but what scares me is all the times they kept pitching it to run, because when those plays don't work, your running back catches the ball 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, right? And if it's one of those plays where defense gets in, that's a huge loss as opposed to just hitting the hole right away. I didn't like that. I hope they don't do that too often. And then I just think it's time. You got to start to get the tight ends involved, whether in routes or just down the seams. I think that'll just help Caleb as well and open things up more. I love you guys, man. I do. And
Thanks, Ray.
I'll listen. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to talk about that. Matt in Boston, I'm going to take this call as well. Put a pin in the. I think this is an interesting conversation we're going to have here. The other, I just want to say, Fox 32, they're the best.
Shout out.
They're outstanding.
Shout out.
Lou, Cassie, Tina, they're great.
The best.
I haven't been told to hold a cheesy smile as they go to break.
No.
But maybe I should try it next time.
You should.
Maybe I'll do that next time.
Show the pearls. Show the pearly whites. Come on, what are you doing?
You're right. There is like a moment as it's happening where in your head, from our perspective, you and me, our perspective is like, is this, are we
clear? Can I say anything?
Are we done?
Because your mics are hot.
Yeah, no, I know. And you're
like,
just sitting there, and
you're
we're
just like, they're still rolling because you can hear the music.
Yeah. You
and the
know
credits
something's
are rolling.
happening.
The cameras are on.
No, of course.
The music is rolling.
We are the guests, so like we don't know the plan of action in the spot. Like Lou knows.
Yeah.
Tina knows.
They've got
Cassie
the IFBs
knows.
in
They
their
know
ear.
what's going on. We're sitting there, and you're right. You're just
hanging
like
out.
You freeze. Like, don't make any sudden movements or else they're going to see you. Bleck him down. Okay, here. Matt in Boston. I think this might go with the last call there. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi. One. Thank you guys for taking my call. Now that the Bears are starting to kind of put some games together, everyone's saying they're buying in, the discipline's coming there. What's the identity of the Bears right now? It seems, okay, we make some turnovers on defense, offense. We had a really good running game last week. We won some games without running, but it seems things are starting to build up. So I want to hear your guys' take on what's the identity of the Bears right now.
Okay, thank you for the call, Matt. That's a fantastic question.
Mm-hmm.
I think the identity right now is that they play close games, and I'm slightly leaning towards that they have a pretty smart head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I know that doesn't really answer the question, but I do feel like if you play close games and your team is well prepared and your head coach is smarter than the other side of the field, you end up winning most of those games or more than you lose. And that's really the only thing I can kind of put a pin in on what their specific identity is at this moment, other than their defense isn't all that great.
Yeah, I think, their identity is they're not going to get to they can't get to the quarterback on defense. They rely on turnovers, and I don't know what their identity is on offense yet. And I think their identity on offense, they want it to be a team that is going to run the football a bunch like the Lions did, and they're not going to ask Caleb to throw the ball 50 times or 40 times. Right in that 25-time range is decent, but they want to run the football and they want to be aggressive. And that's fine. And Ben Johnson has proven he can scheme guys open. It's now on Caleb Williams. It's on the offensive line to keep him upright, and it's on Caleb Williams to go through his progressions and get the football to those guys in a timely manner. And once that happens, I still think they're trying to figure this stuff out. We haven't seen them use the tight ends as much as we saw in Detroit, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to. He said first thing during his press conference, when he first came over here, he's not just bringing over the binder from Detroit and setting it down on the desk and saying, this is our offense. Bringing in Colston Loveland, sure, he said, I see what I can do with Sam Laporta. That's fine, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get 10 targets a game. This is all a work in progress and figuring out. And also, you've had to use those guys as blockers a lot and helping the offensive line because your tackles haven't been great.
I think the best compliment I can give Ben Johnson in this offense is I don't know what their identity is right now.
But they're winning so far.
I'm saying this as a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
Last week against the Commanders, they ran the ball 27 times. They had 29 pass attempts.
Okay.
That is a well-balanced offense. That is great. We don't know from week to week. Last week, the tight ends were not as a part of a reception item in the offense as important as running the football with DeAndre Swift and the 108 yards and the offensive line moving bodies. I like that it can change from week to week. That is how you know Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. And it all goes back to this. Ben Johnson has been very clear with Bears fans, like Adam said, when he first took over, that he's starting a new offense from scratch. They're going to build it up. But also, if we go back to July 24th, listen to this answer that Ben Johnson gave to the reporters up at Hallis Hall. This is back in July. This is before we're in the depths of training camp, the preseason started. He was asked about his offensive principles, what he's trying to put together with this Bears offense. This is the answer from Ben Johnson from July 24th.
Every game is its own entity, and that's what I learned. I mean, I saw it for a number of years when I was in Miami. The New England Patriots were really the top of the league for so long, and each week you just didn't know. Offense and defense, they just continued to morph, and they had their opponents guessing. You didn't know what Belichick was going to pull out front-wise or coverage-wise on defense. You didn't know what McDaniels was going to do on all. He might throw it 50 times. He might run it 50 times. And standing from afar, seeing how dominant that was, I think that's a really good tactic to have. That's something that I would like to do here as well. You know, we got to – the elements play a role. Our talent plays a role. Who we're going against plays a role. It all plays a piece into the puzzle, and that's what's fun about each game week.
So that was Ben Johnson on July 27th. Mm-hmm. Isn't that exactly how it played out on Monday night?
Yep.
I mean, and to the question that we just got, what is their identity? If you're looking specifically at offense, I don't know, because I think that's the best part is if they need to throw it 35 times, they can.
Yeah.
If they want to run it 30 times, they can. And hopefully as this season goes, it continues to grow where they enhance those skills where they can do either or.
Well, and I think you've seen the good play callers adapt to not only their opponent, but also their own team. I mean, look at what Shanahan has done with the 49ers. I go back to the playoff game where Jimmy Garoppolo almost threw I believe he threw one interception, almost threw a second one, and they go, "You're not throwing anymore." And he ran the ball 40 times, and they won. Right? And like that's not only adapting to the defense, but that's adapting to your own team, because it's like we're not losing because you continue to almost turn the ball over.
Right.
And so if you can do that, and I've seen Bill Belichick teams with Tom Brady saying, we're exploiting the run today because they can't stop us. And sorry, you're not throwing today. Like it's just we found it. We found a hole that we're going to exploit, and we're going to continue to exploit that weakness over and over and over again until they can find a way to stop us. And if that's the way Ben Johnson can find something in the first, few series in this game today and just continue to go to that, like if it's something with Luther Burden and Luther Burden gets 10 targets today, then fine. Who cares? If it's something with Colston Loveland early in the game and he gets 8 targets today, who cares? If it's something I don't care how the ball is distributed as long as this team ends up winning.
Yeah, and especially with those wide receivers, if you see the way that they blocked on Monday night, then it's okay.
Yeah.
I think early in the season, trying to figure out who's going to get the distribution of receptions, and then you also see guys not really blocking on the edge for the run game, and it's like, how is this all going to work? But then you see a game like this past week against the Commanders, and DJ Moore, who only had 3 receptions for 42 yards, is out there blocking his ass off. Roma Dunze, 2 receptions, 32 yards, blocking his ass off for the running backs. Like, that's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got a good offense.
Yeah.
And it's not, woe is me, I don't have the fantasy football stats because I'm supposed to be a number 1 wide receiver. It's, that was a great team win, and you move on to the next week. And eventually it will come back where there's going to be a game where you're going to have to throw it more than you run it, and Rome and DJ and Luther, they're going to eat. And the tight ends are going to get their receptions. It's just not going to happen each and every single week for all of them.
It did seem like over the bye week, there was a lot
that message got to some guys?
Not necessarily a message. It just seemed like there wasn't not like a message that was, hey, there's you guys aren't pulling your end of the rope. It just seemed like there was a lot more buy-in.
Yes, you're right.
A lot more buy-in.
Off of the Raiders win, it does feel like we are now seeing, and then I think that's where this entire day starts with this. Show us who you are today, Bears, in a positive way.
Yeah.
Go out there and just beat a team that you're better than today.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make this close. Don't have a field goal at the end of the game.
No.
Decide this.
I don't need that.
Have the buy-in. Have the guys participate when the rock's not coming your way. Like, that's how this all works as an offense. It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. Coming up next, what the hell went on this week with Troy Aikman? We talk about it.
The new home of the Bears.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. Pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot. I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on. Good mornings make for better days. I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Bleck and Abdalla, getting you ready for the Bears and the Saints right here on ESPN Chicago. We're watching, there is a game taking place right now. The Rams lead the Jags 14-0 in London. End of the first quarter. Jacksonville just got the ball back, and the final play of the first quarter was a punt return for touchdown for Jacksonville that was pulled back because of a holding or a block in the back penalty on the return. Quickly, I don't want to be the old guy in the room, but
it is Sunday. Give me your best Andy Rooney.
And so what I saw on the NFL field here at the end of 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to be the old guy. So, Potsy, Hannah, don't crush me for this.
Okay. I don't think they know who Andy Rooney is.
No, of course they don't. There's no chance in hell they know who Andy Rooney is.
Nope.
Correct. Do not.
Yeah. I already know you don't know, Hannah. I already
is
know
it an
that.
actor or something?
No. Yes, he was an actor. He was an A-list actor.
Okay.
He starred in Casablanca.
No.
Whatever that is.
No, don't lead her astray.
He was in Casablanca and Total Recall.
No,
it was
stop.
it
Don't
was
lead
quite
her
the,
astray. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Don't know either.
Combination.
Don't listen to him.
All right, here's watching football yesterday.
Yeah.
Can we establish a rule that if you celebrate on a play that gets called back that obviously didn't take place, your team should be penalized double?
No.
Twice in the Notre Dame game, guys are running down the field celebrating when the football was on the turf. You didn't intercept the ball. It was on the turf.
But you don't know.
I am sick of watching football players celebrate plays that get called back.
Here's my rule.
You get to celebrate when it's officially a touchdown, an interception, a turnover.
Here's my rule.
The running to the celebration when it's called back is the lamest thing in sport.
My rule is we're going to get rid of the unsportsmanlike conduct when a player has a good play, a defensive player has a good play, and flexes or stands over a player, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get rid of that. Instead, we're going to throw an unsportsmanlike conduct when a defensive back does the hands and does the wave.
What about the seatbelt?
No. It does that. It does whatever does that.
Yeah.
Celebrates when the quarterback skies the throw by 10 feet. And they celebrate as if they had something to do with it. When the DB celebrates...
Like a bad throw from the quarterback,
yes,
and he's not even close.
And it's like
he's I locked that up.
Yeah, it's like you had nothing to do with that. You did nothing. You did nothing.
Can we celebrate the plays when they actually take place?
But the problem is they didn't know. They didn't know.
In the Rams-Jags game that's taking place right now, the
Rams are 14-0.
The returner in the end zone was celebrating, but you could see, obviously, the officials were calling a penalty.
Yeah.
You could see it that they were walking the other way.
Okay.
Stop the celebration. What are we doing?
But they didn't know.
I'm more bothered by the football's on the turf.
Yeah.
You pick it up off the turf and act like you intercepted it, and then you run 90 yards to the other end zone to do a little dance.
Okay.
You're dancing. You got the dance going. You're doing your TikTok dance. And then, by the way, the football was on the turf. Come back. It's 2nd and 4th.
Let him do a little dance.
That's lame.
Why can't he dance?
He can. He's lame. You're lame. That's lame. Celebrate when it actually happens. If it happens, celebrate.
In his mind, it happened because he didn't see the flag.
All right, Abdalla. Troy Aikman was on the call on Monday Night Football on Monday. Obviously, because it's Monday.
It's Monday Night
and that's
Football.
when the game is played for Monday Night Football. It would be strange if it wasn't played on Monday and it was Monday Night Football. With that said, watching the game as a Bears fan, I did feel as if when Caleb Williams had a not-so-great play, it was magnified. And when Jaden Daniels had a not-so-great play, there was a ability from Troy Aikman to avoid critiquing Jaden Daniels, yet celebrating why he's such a great quarterback. It's just the way I consume the game. I don't think Troy Aikman said anything offensive. I don't think he said anything that was overtly horrendous. That's not what this is about. It's about two players that had plays that didn't go their way throughout the game. When Caleb fumbles or botches a snap, it goes back to why Caleb kind of sucks as a quarterback and his development isn't taking. But when Jaden Daniels chokes away the game and fumbles the ball right back to the Bears and then go down the field and win, we're talking about how many smiles Jaden has because he has such a great positive attitude for the Commanders and why he's such a great quarterback. To me, I just felt like there was an obvious bias from Troy Aikman throughout the game.
Yes. Yeah. It did seem that he was more critical of Caleb Williams. And I don't necessarily... I thought about it from before the play even started. Like when you are going through the game and you're talking about how, Caleb Williams does this, but then you've got Jaden Daniels and he epitomizes everything you want in a quarterback on the field, off the field, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, guys, he's played, 20 games? Like, we don't know anything about this guy yet. Like, he's not having as good of a season as he did last year. Sure, he can be a great leader. Okay. But he's also already missed 2 games. He could get hurt at any second because of the way he takes hits. Like, he's a fine quarterback. He's a good quarterback.
He is a good quarterback.
He's a very good quarterback. I'm not saying he's not. But the way they were calling the game, it seemed like he was an experienced veteran leading his team like Baker Mayfield, who is now, playing like one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And that's not who he is. And when you've got a ball that sails over Caleb's head and he's got to turn around and to grab it, and the quarterback's got to do everything to protect that football. That's on Caleb when clearly it was a bad snap. Yet when Jaden Daniels drops the football, that's on the offensive line when clearly he's the one that dropped the football. Like, you can clearly see the bias.
Yeah, yes. And again, it wasn't offensive. Troy Aikman didn't say anything inappropriate or offensive. It's just watching the game, it was very obvious that Troy Aikman was going to point out the faults in Caleb Williams' game.
Yeah.
And that he was celebrating Jaden Daniels. And I quoted it during the week to Carmen and Yurko. They celebrated how many smiles per play Jaden Daniels brings to the team and that he leads the league in smiles. What a great quarterback because he's always smiling. All right, that's just how you want to handle it.
Well, here's the thing.
Obviously, we're not the only 2 people who heard an interesting bias from Troy Aikman because on Tuesday, when Ben Johnson met with Jeff Joniak, as they do each and every week following a Bears game, we aired it this week on the Bleck and Abdalla show, and whenever they get a chance to sit down, we air it here on ESPN Chicago. Here is Ben Johnson with Jeff Joniak on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think you said it best. I love that perspective. It sounded like from that game the other night, a few people weren't particularly pleased with how we were winning right now. So I woke up this morning and my kids were watching the second half before school, and so I heard some of the commentary. But listen, in this league, any way you can find a way to win is a big deal.
So that was Ben Johnson on Tuesday. I think the one thing that probably irritated Ben Johnson the most was Troy Aikman's comment on the DeAndre Swift touchdown that was a lucky play. Meanwhile, when the Commanders were having success, it was due to Jaden Daniels and how great of a quarterback he is. But when the Bears score a touchdown, it is a, quote, lucky play, which from what we've seen from Ben Johnson, not getting the credit for scheming up a play, which is something that he was taking advantage of something he saw in the formation from earlier in the first quarter. If you get a chance to see the film breakdown on that, he saw something in the first quarter of the high safety following DeAndre Swift in motion.
Yep.
And he took full advantage of it later in the game. He ran Swift in the same motion and essentially set a screen with DJ Moore and his defender, blocking the safety from getting to the sideline, which Caleb hit Swift. Brilliant play call, but in Troy Aikman's eyes, that was a lucky play.
Yeah, it was lucky. It was lucky.
So I get why Ben Johnson reacted that way. Following up when Ben Johnson met with the media a few hours after he talked with Joniak, this is what Ben Johnson had to say when he was asked by the media at Hallis Hall about Troy Aikman.
I saw you said somewhere today that you caught a little bit of the TV copy of the second half. Did the tone of coming from the color analyst there surprise you?
Maybe I just had it on mute.
It sounded like you heard some of what they said.
Yeah. No, listen, you want respect in this league, you got to go earn it. And so that's where we're at right now. We need to go earn that respect from not only the rest of the teams in the NFL, but everybody. So that's where we are.
Okay, so that was Clearly, the news got around that his comments to Joniak earlier in the day were starting to get picked up and put out there, that Ben didn't like the TV copy of the commentary, which is fine. I like the way that he handled that.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams posted on Instagram taking a direct shot at Troy Aikman.
Yeah, he did. He posted it was a series of pictures, and
he posts a lot of grouped pictures like that often to Instagram, almost like every week, following each and every trip or game.
Yeah, and it was he mentioned TA, which is Troy Aikman, or Tim Anderson. It was TA. It was Troy Aikman, and obviously they see it, and then he talked about it in his media availability as well on Wednesday.
Here it is. Here's Caleb Williams.
Yeah, it's fun. Fun trolls. I was messing around. DeAndre made a great play. And obviously he had some stuff to say about us or me. We came out victorious in the end. So made a little fun moment of it, and that was about it.
And how do you differentiate between kind of fair criticism and something that maybe you don't think?
Yeah, I could care less. It's kind of how I think I've said multiple times over my time being here. Fair, not. Life isn't fair. People are going to say what they have to say. As a little bit of fuel, as a little bit of motivation, I think that's always a part of it as a competitor that goes along. But you don't put too much into it to where it affects you negatively.
Not to keep harping on it, but I guess I am. Aikman did so. One of the things that he said a couple times during the broadcast was that needing to put the receiver in a better position to have yards after the catch, not just completing it. Fair criticism or not?
Yeah, I think that's always something. Every game you play, you always want to be able to put your receiver in the best position. That doesn't always happen. And so, you try and give him at least a catchable ball. At the least, you try and give him a catchable ball. At the maximum, you want to give him the best ball so he can go run. I think there was opportunities for that. I think there was opportunities that we missed. I think there was opportunities that we'll hit. It's still our fifth game that we just played, and so it's early. And obviously, getting in rhythm with everybody. It's a long season, and you don't necessarily, you want to catch fire a little bit later in the season. Obviously, you work and you want to catch fire as soon as possible, but you want to make sure you're hitting strides at the right time and the right peak of the season to get rolling towards the end of the year. And so, we're 3-2 versus a very, very good team, as all of us know. And like I said, everybody has things to say, and that's great. And like I said, I could care less, and we're 3-2.
To continue harping on this, did you meet with Troy last week leading up to the game?
I did not.
Stuff, or?
I did not. I didn't get to meet with him. Tried to meet with him, and then reached out and tried to meet, and that didn't happen. And so, moved on from it. Went and played the game, and came out 3-2.
Why did you not meet with him?
I was here late, and timings didn't meet up, lifting or whatever the case may have been, and then tried to call him after the game, or not after the game, after the day, that day that I was supposed to meet with him, and it didn't get through.
So it was Caleb Williams on Wednesday. He tried to meet with Troy Aikman. The times didn't work for when the meeting was supposed to take place. I've seen commentary from both sides saying that Caleb needs to be better to be available. I've also kind of leaned towards, if he went out of his way to try and reach out and contact Troy Aikman, and Aikman was the one that after the initial time was moved was unavailable, then I think your quarterback tried.
Well, here's the thing. So right now in the London game, it is Kurt Warner and it is Rich Eisen.
Yes,
right?
They're calling the game for the NFL Network.
Right? Okay, so Rich Eisen is on our air weekdays, noon to 2, right before we are on.
Yep.
Rich Eisen told the story about how he was calling a game with Jacksonville and how they were going to talk to Trevor Lawrence. And Trevor Lawrence, right before the meeting, they were going to all meet on Zoom.
Yep.
And as the Rams go up 21-0 here. And
4:30 left in the second quarter, 21-0 Rams.
They were going to go up and meet with Trevor Lawrence on Zoom, and about whatever it was, like an hour before or something, they said a schedule change. He can't meet on Zoom. And they were like, okay, whatever, right? Yeah. And then they got another email saying, would it be possible for Kurt to meet with him later? And they said, yeah, sure. And they sent him another time, and it was fine. They met at a different time because they wanted to talk to each other, because the quarterback wanted to talk to the other quarterback before the game.
When we heard all this go down during the week, on our show, Bleck and Abdalla, 2 to 3 weekdays, uninterrupted, the Power Hour.
Mm-hmm.
I said initially, this is going to be a he said situation. I've yet to hear Troy's response that he did or did not return phone calls or see that Caleb reached out to him.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb's only one on the record saying that he reached out, he tried, he left me on red. That's essentially what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the honest truth and Caleb's being truthful. I don't see how you could say that Caleb is at fault here.
No, and I doubt Troy Aikman makes mention of it tomorrow during
Monday
Night
you
Football.
See what I'm saying? Like, I think some people have looked at this to try and also throw this in the bucket that Caleb is immature.
Yeah.
He's not prepared.
Mm-hmm.
He paints his nails. He's not what you need to be as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a bunch of crap.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why, if that's the truth, if what Caleb said to the media is the truth, that the meetings got moved, he couldn't make it work, they had all this other stuff going on, and Troy refused to have a conversation with him when he reached out,
mm-hmm.
It looks terrible on Troy Aikman. And then add that into the idea that obviously watching the game, there was a bias.
Yeah.
Again, it wasn't offensive, but obviously Troy Aikman has a problem with Caleb Williams because of the way he perceives the way he handles his business.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll take your phone calls, 312-332-3776. Bleck and Abdalla.
ESPN Chicago.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever, furnaces from $39 a month, furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, is kicking off fall with big savings. Score deals on OLED and QLED TVs. And don't miss a play this season. Add a powerful soundbar to feel the action every time your team scores. And for game day snacks, Apt's Gourmet Shop has top-rated air fryers, so you can make wings, mozzarella sticks, and other favorites healthier without sacrificing any flavor. It's game time. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop, at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
At Wrangler, we know the essential question for any guy is, can I go like this? It could be date night, boys' night, work, or your nephew's school play. It could be anything, and the last thing you want to do is change. That's why Wrangler makes jeans, shirts, jackets, and tees that answer yes to life's essential question. You can go in Wrangler. Check out our latest styles today at Wrangler.com. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, but they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Bleck and Abdalla brought to you by Bradley University. The pregame tailgate 4 hours before every single Bears game. The network pregame show with Waddle, Sylvie, and Dion live inside Gato on the Dr. Pepper patios coming up in 15 minutes right here on ESPN 1000. Tyler in New York listening on the ESPN Chicago app. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tyler?
Gentlemen, how are you? It's been a few months since my It's been a few months since my last call, so first and foremost, go LHS Cats. If you
Appreciate
recall, I'm an LHS
Hell yeah.
alum.
Hell yeah. Go Wildcats.
So 2
It's
points.
like a
I wanted to
confession.
make.
It's been a few months since my last confession to the Bleck and Abdalla program.
We've been waiting for this call.
Yeah.
Always great talking to you both. So 2 things. One, earlier you were talking about when the DBs celebrate on a play that, you know, like when a QB lofts it. You know, I have to dispute that. Being a former college athlete, college football player myself, like, I would equate that to, you know, when you run a hard count. I was an offensive lineman. When you would run a hard count and the D lineman would run into you, you'd either like slap their helmet or you'd play along and just really theatric the first down symbol or whatever the case was. I think that's part of the game, and that's so much fun. It's too hard of work to not celebrate, even when you didn't make the play, to act like you made the play. So that's part one. Part
Okay,
two,
let me follow up with you on that,
yeah,
Tyler.
Please.
What about the clear interception that's on the ground? You pick it up, so it's not going to be an interception, and you run 90 yards to the other end zone to celebrate a touchdown or an interception that did not take place. What do you think of that type of celebration?
So what I would say to that is, hey, you never know when the play is dead. You got to run it back. You never know. You know, maybe there will be a phantom whistle somewhere, and you just got to play it. You know, whistle. You got to play through the whistle. So in the event that is a phantom fumble or interception, who knows? Always run it back. That's what I was always taught.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
In point 2, you know, I could go on and on, but yeah, I can't stand Troy Aikman. Part 2A, Part 2B. In Ben we trust. I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing. It feels like the team's actually playing as a team this season, and they're playing for each other. And I cannot get enough of these post-game, post-win speeches from Ben Johnson. It gets me so fired up. I'm ready to run through a brick wall. So that's all I've got this week, fellas. But always love listening to you both, talking to you both. So thank you. I'll be listening.
Thank you, Tyler. Call again, all right, man? Appreciate you. Go Cats. Bleck, we were the original Go Cats before Fitz and Northwestern were doing it, right?
Yeah.
Like LHS?
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
Yes.
I think so.
Cats, yeah.
I think that's the. I think
Well,
Tom.
we're Wildcats,
I think Tom
yeah.
Morello back in the day was saying "Go Cats" in the halls of Libertyville High
yes,
School.
he was.
Right?
Yes, he was.
Was Marlon Brando?
I don't know if he was.
Famous
I
alum?
think he got kicked out.
Okay,
so I don't think he was.
He was at Brainerd, right?
He was.
The
Fun
old
fact. I don't know if do
original.
people know that Marlon Brando went to Libertyville High School. I don't know if people like him.
He's the most famous person who went to LHS, right?
Yeah, but he didn't graduate because he got kicked.
He was there.
He got kicked out.
He's one of the most famous actors of all time.
I understand that. He got kicked out for riding his motorcycle around the hallways, I believe. That's how he got
Really?
that's how he got kicked out.
Was he wearing a leather jacket at the time?
I mean, that's the only way to ride a motorcycle, right?
That's actually pretty badass.
I'm 90% sure that's
Is that
how he
the
got
story?
kicked out. Yeah. Unless it's just one of those things that's like
a legend.
That's just that's continued to morph. Like it started as like a unicycle, and it's just gotten more and more cool
right.
as the years have
each
gone on.
generation, as kids pass on the story,
it's
and then
just
it gets
progressively
to
cooler.
Potsy and Hannah's generation. They say, "Who's Marlon Brando?"
Exactly. Yeah.
Bleck and Bell will be back.
ESPN Chicago.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna Beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna Beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
At Costa Ivone, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavone and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Save big money when you shop at Menards. Highlight your home's beauty with outdoor wall lights from Patriot Lighting. Exterior lights enhance both the look and the security of your home. Shop a variety of style and finish options now at Menards. Save big money on all outdoor wall lights, in-store and online. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Fall is a time for football, falling leads, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you'll save money for fall fun as well. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and get a fresh haircut for fall at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
The Network Pre-Game Show with Sylvie, Waddle, and Dion starts up in 8 minutes right here on ESPN Chicago. It's Bleck and Abdalla. We'll be back with you tomorrow, 2 to 3, uninterrupted, right here on ESPN 1000. Thank you to Justin Pottinger and Hannah LaMotta for producing today's show. And we'll return tomorrow, hopefully on a Bears victory Monday. Bleck and Abdalla, wrapping it up with you here on ESPN 1000. We go to Rob in Sugar Land, Texas. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rob?
Morning, gentlemen. So this conversation or this event between Aikman and Williams, did that happen on Sunday, the day before the game?
No, it usually happens because what is it?
I think it usually happens midweek.
Yeah.
Is the way it traditionally works.
Okay, so when Williams said he was at the facility late, I think he specifically mentioned, lifting.
Yeah, Hallis Hall.
I think my follow-up question to him would have been, since late is just a potential relative term, what time did you call Troy back? Did you call him at 6, or did you call him at 11:30 p.m.?
Right.
Kind of what I was, interested in. And it would have been funny if Troy picked up and said, "Who's this?"
Yeah. And thank you, Rob. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know that answer. We didn't get the specifics from Caleb. I would also say, like this week, Bears Saints today at noon.
Mm-hmm.
This is, quote, in air quotes, a typical game week.
Yeah.
What happens usually is I think the Zooms take place midweek, but also in the past, there's usually an opportunity on Saturday when the team arrives at the team hotel for broadcasters to then meet on Saturday as well.
Yeah.
So day before the game. So that last week would have been on Sunday when the team was at the team hotel. Whether or not Aikman was available for that, I don't know. But we have heard guys like Mark Schlereth, because I know recently when he was on the Rich Eisen show, he said that he doesn't like doing the Zooms. So he goes out of his way to try and become available the day before the game at the team hotel.
Yeah.
So he can do it in person.
Okay, great. That's awesome. But I'm sure that also inhibits some of the guys that he can talk to.
Yeah, right. Like, I don't know how that works into the schedule.
Sure.
But I do know that, like, Zoom stuff, you can essentially do at any time.
Yeah, of course. And also, you can also pick up a phone and call someone back at any time.
All right, so this story will be held until the next time the Bears play on Monday Night Football. They do have a date against the Packers at the end of the season, which is TBD. So we don't know how that will play out the rest of the season. But for right now, let's focus on the Saints. Big game that the Bears need to get today. Abdalla has painted this as a can't lose.
Yeah, can't lose. Yeah, it's not must win, but you can't lose this game. If you want to be taken seriously, if you want to keep riding the vibes, the highs of the last few wins, you have to win this game, right? You can't lose to an inferior opponent at home and expect to accomplish the goals. Everything you want is still right in front of you. You want to be taken seriously in the division. You want to still be in contention for a wild card spot, a playoff spot. This is all right there for you. I think the Bears go at home. I think the weather the rain is supposed to move out even earlier now. It should be gone by noon. You should have pretty much dry game. They're starting to remove the tarp from the field. It's still going to be windy out there. So I think the flight of the football still could be taken into account. I think it's going to be low scoring. I don't know if you can't predict turnovers, so I can't be like, they're going to have 3 turnovers or 2 turnovers or whatever like that. I do think it's going to be low scoring. I do think the Bears win. Before the season started, this game, the look ahead on this game was like 6.5 points. I had the Bears being 2-3 going into this game. I thought they would lose to Washington, but I had the Bears winning this game before the season started because the Saints were going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. I still think that. Bears win 24-13.
All right, 24-13 from Abdalla. Here's the way I look at this. When we look at this matchup and all the feel-good vibes from Monday night and the fact that you're over 500, 3-2, you're still 4th in your division. You're still 10th in the conference. So even though 3-2 feels great, get some work done today, get your 4th victory, and keep pace with those who are already ahead of you in the conference if you want to stick around for the playoffs. I think the Bears do that. I think Ben Johnson will have this team prepared. I think the defense plays a little bit better. They get to Spencer Rattler a few times. The Bears win 26-18.
18?
Weird score game, windy game, rainy conditions to start. I think it's 26-18. The pregame show, Sylvie, Waddle, Dion is up next inside Soldier Field.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
When your cat's a meme and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more,
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, is kicking off fall with big savings. Score deals on OLED and QLED TVs. And don't miss a play this season. Add a powerful soundbar to feel the action every time your team scores. And for game day snacks, Apt's Gourmet Shop has top-rated air fryers, so you can make wings, mozzarella sticks, and other favorites healthier without sacrificing any flavor. It's game time for free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop, at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Here comes
football starts with Game Day Tailgate. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago.
There is something happening here.
But what it is ain't exactly clear.
Stop. Hey, what's that sound?
Touchdown! Everybody look what's going down.
Those fickle football gods are suddenly lending a hand, a leg, and a foot to the cause. What has not been happening here is happening.
He makes the impossible possible.
Drama-ending heroics of Bears flying through the air with the greatest of ease.
Got it blocked! Bears block the kick.
To a sweet moment in the mist from Money Moody.
It is gone! Time expires! And the Bears win!
Your Bears are on a 3-game roll with a top 10 scoring offense and a defense on a heater taking the ball away. Your young quarterback is meeting the moment, winning close games. And the brilliant Bear, the not-so-gentle Ben, is creating belief where none once existed. Now the Saints come marching into Chicago. Winners only once, yet a plucky bunch with a rattler named Spencer at quarterback. And no one knows most of the Saints better than the man they call D.A. Their old head coach, Dennis Allen, has what you might say institutional knowledge as the Bears' maestro of madness on defense. They say good things come in threes, but 4 would mean so much more.
Please, sir, I want some more.
This is Jeff Joniak. It's time for Bears and Saints on the lakefront. This is ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the goal. Now, the Bears pregame show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman.
Let's go streaking. That's right. The Bears have a win streak in the makings and a chance to make it 4 in a row today here at Soldier Field. Bears and Saints 2 hours away from kickoff. And the last time we were here, guys, the Bears were coming off a tough loss to Detroit. That's putting it lightly. They got beat 52-21. That's how long it's been since we were last here at Soldier Field, and we were previewing a game against the Cowboys. And if they could take advantage of that Cowboys defense, and the Bears sure did, and it was the start of something good, they would go on to Vegas and they would win a game there, pull a rabbit out of a hat. They didn't play their best game, but they found a way to win, and much better last week. Monday Night Football with a win against the Commanders, 25-24. Same scores, by the way, for the last 2 weeks. And it's interesting, guys, because Washington last year was the jumping off point for a losing streak, and they couldn't get out of it. Now they've got to do the opposite. Take advantage of the win and keep building with what you're building.
They did not respond well on a short week earlier in this season. This is an opportunity to do that. And I think something Declan Doyle said this week, that confidence comes from demonstrated ability. Now, that's a very fancy way of saying winning builds confidence. And this group is starting to show that. They're proving that they can hang in there till the final whistle. They're not giving up. We feel like in the last couple of games, last year, they would have given up. They wouldn't have come away with the victories. And they've played through, they believe the entire way through the game, narrow victories until the finish, and they found a way. Now let's build on that moving forward.
I'm struggling to get the image of you streaking out here in this weather out of my mind, Sylvie.
Just as long as I'm running with the wind at my back and not into the wind, that would be a messy sight right there. Of course, we're talking about wind streaking.
Of course. I thought Monday night was a huge win for a number of reasons. Obviously, you go on the road and you win in this league, and it's very impressive. And then when you do it against a good team in their building, it makes it even more important. And at the end of the day, W's and L's are what is most important. But how they won that game really resonated with me, because after struggling for the first month of the season to run the football and stop the run, they won at the line of scrimmage. They won in the trenches. They came out of the bye and they had a plan for getting better running the football. They had a plan for slowing down the number one rushing attack in the National Football League on Monday night. So not only the W was important to me, but how they got it, how they earned it, was also something, as I mentioned, resonated with me.
It's interesting you say that in the trenches. They shifted things around on the offensive line. Theo Benedict got his first opportunity. Didn't hurt his name maybe one time, right? Like, I think he really did an efficient job and proved why they decided to put him in that position.
It's funny, Dee, that you mentioned that, because when I think early in the week you were probably up at Halissaw when the question was asked, hey, how do you know that Theo was making progress? And I'm paraphrasing now, but I think Ben Johnson said, I don't notice him. I don't feel him out there. I don't have to call plays accordingly to protect him with motions and tight ends and different formations. And I thought it was really revealing, as all of Ben Johnson's press conferences are. It's just, I can't stop saying that it's just such a breath of fresh air to hear a good question asked to an NFL head coach and hear a good answer come from him.
To me, the juxtaposition between the way he is so professional at the podium and the way he's losing his mind in the winning locker room afterwards is delightful to me. I love that part.
I think, like, we've seen so many different versions of him as you tend to learn your head coach. And I like, in every regard, Waddle and I on our show, we just can't stop complimenting because of the way, and we haven't seen it here in a while. But like you just said, whether it's the command that he has in the locker room, you can tell that there's a presence there, that these guys are all believing in stuff that he's saying. The explanations that Waddle and you were just talking about, the play calling, dialing up the right play at the right time. It's not always been the case. The ability to bounce back after those first 2 losses where other teams would streak in the other way. You lose a heartbreaker in the opener. You get a 50-burger put on you, and you come away from the 50-burger with a 3-game win streak instead of another 50-burger. And I don't think we should take that lightly, Dion. Like you have always said, Waddle and I have always said, make it make sense.
Absolutely.
And while they're still not playing their best football, all of this is making sense to us.
I think also Ben Johnson has their attention on literally just that game. He was asked on Friday if someone had told him after that loss in Detroit that they would go on a 3-game winning streak, would he have believed them? And he said, I don't even think that far, and I don't even think that big picture. I'm just focused on what's going to get accomplished this week. How can we win this game? And I think that helps the buy-in. Like everybody is focused on the same thing, and the winning makes the work easier, makes the preparation easier, and they're believing that they can do it. He believes that they can do it, and I think it makes a huge difference.
You've been in the locker room for so many of these post games. You do the locker room most of the time here at Soldier, and you were at the game last week. So you've seen bad locker rooms, disappointing. What was the vibe like in D.C. immediately following that game?
I mean, you could tell that they felt they didn't want to say there was anything sort of revenge, but I think there was a little bit of redemption, and to put together a win like that coming out of the bye week, which they have not done consistently. I think they felt good about where the way that they're going and being put in the positions to win, that offensively and defensively. I mean, you look at all the takeaways that they continue to have. That's Dennis Allen playing to the strengths of his defense, right? Putting them in a position to make plays and showing them how they can execute in those moments. And it's working. And you feel that. Those guys feel that. And it's a different guy every week, it seems like. And TJ Edwards comes back and feels like he didn't miss a beat. I mean, it's just they're working together really, really well. And you sense that in the locker room.
You mentioned the word belief, and it's a good word. And so is the word trust. And I think it's been a good message. Trust this from an offensive perspective. Trust the offense. Trust what we're teaching you, trust what we're asking you to do, and trust what the situations we're putting you in. Through 5 games, this offense is averaging 339 yards and 25 points. They're the only team in this league that has scored at least 21 points in each of their games. They're not where they are going to be. They have not yet peaked, obviously. They're not a perfect product, but this offense works. So continue to trust in it and continue to trust that you're going to continue to make strides. So one game does not make a season with regard to running the football. They outrushed the Commanders, which is something, if you told me that before the ball went in the air on Monday, I would have called you crazy. But they outrushed the Commanders. Continue to pound the rock, especially in these conditions, and continue to focus on stopping the run. This game will be played, hopefully, for thousands of years going forward. And the team that is good at the line of scrimmage, I can predict, will win more than they lose over the course of time.
I think too, Monday night was such a team win all the way around. Like everybody made plays, and then we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Jake Moody, who came in and didn't hardly knew everybody's name on the roster. They didn't know him, and he delivered in crunch time. I mean, Hightower pointed it out. You come in with 3 seconds left after a field goal was blocked, and you have the poise to kick the game winner on the road in those conditions. I think that is a powerful moment of belief, right? And they're hoisting him up on his shoulders as he's leaving. He's getting another opportunity today with Cairo out. I think that was a big moment too.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that we didn't know until the inactives came out that he for sure would be kicking. He's known for a while now, as you just said. Cairo is out again. If you're not in the Chicago area, it is a very different day than what we've been having here in the fall so far. It was not a bad day in Chicago yesterday, 70, rain here and there, but the temperatures have dropped. It's 50. It's supposed to drop throughout the game. It is still raining right now. The tarp was just being taken off the field about 15 minutes before our pregame show. It is going to get very windy. We've seen this a lot in October as the weather turns, these games where the wind impacts the game. So guys, what do you expect from Jake Moody, or, the attempting of a field goal in weather like that? Yeah, what did you just do?
Sign of the cross.
Yes.
my gosh. Yeah.
I would say
different
that
animal.
for any of them. Like today would be a difficult day for Cairo Santos, and he's kicked here for a number of years. I think you take advantage when the wind's at your back. If the wind's at your back, maybe you're more prone to kick field goals. If the wind is in your face, maybe you're more prone to go for it on fourth down. So I think it will change the way they approach down and distance and whether or not they're, what they do. But I think this is a great situation for Jake Moody to continue to prove to the rest of the league that he's a viable option as a kicker. How long he'll be in Chicago? Well, we'll find out. But he should tap into the resource that is Cairo Santos, as I mentioned, because Cairo has kicked in these conditions for several years.
Okay, so on Monday, I feel like I need to point this out. On Monday, the conditions were similar, right? Like I stood in the rain for 3.5 hours. But let the record show, as soon as I sat down in that press box, it stopped raining. So they weren't the same. I'm still mad about it. But the conditions were not the same. It felt like it was more calm. I feel like this will be a bigger challenge.
And let the record show that you have dressed more accordingly this time than you did on Monday.
You learn and you do better.
You remembered all your gear this time. You didn't take it to D.C. By the way, the Dr. Pepper hotline is now open, and if you are heading to the game or you're in the tailgate lot right now and you're in the line to get into one of the parking garages or lots here at Soldier Field, if you don't want to tailgate because of the conditions, the Dr. Pepper patio is covered. There's a bar right here, so you can get all your drinks. There's a television to watch the game going on in London where the Rams are crushing the Jags at halftime. I think it was 21-0 the last time I looked. Yeah. So we're here at the Dr. Pepper patio, and it's just inside Gate O. So you cannot miss us just behind the Waldron deck at Gate O, and then we're inside Soldier Field at the Dr. Pepper patio. And our phone number is 312-332-3776. And Chicago football runs deep, and Dr. Pepper runs colder. It's one of a kind, and it's the best 23 flavors in football. From kickoff to final whistle, it's a pepper thing. All right, let's talk about how Ben Johnson will navigate offensively through the rain, possibly, and for sure the wind. We'll talk about all that coming up. Courtney Cronin will join us at 10:30 with the inactives. We'll check in with Tom Thayer in the radio booth as well. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, Bears and Saints on the Bears Radio Network.
Football is back, and so is the perfect beer for your game day lineup, Yuengling Flight.
It's the next generation of light beer, crisp, clean, and just 95 calories. That's a win before kickoff.
You bring the wings and the jerseys, and we'll bring the flight, whether you're tailgating or posting up with friends.
Flight brings the flavor and keeps the energy up all season long.
Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals. Our care saves. Our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call it 664 Seasons.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
And here's the snap. Madison takes the ball, prime commercial space, unbeatable access, Lincoln Highway corridor, and they're driving it down the field. Minutes from Chicago, fueled by a talented workforce and supported by a community that's all in. There are incentives on the play and a business-friendly, collaborative approach in the end zone. Touchdown, Madison. Ready to join the winning team? Visit Village of Madison today. The Village of Madison, your next big play.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
$1.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Fantasy Football Sundays at 7 a.m. ESPN Chicago.
Bears and Saints. We're about an hour and 43 minutes away from kick if we're talking exact. We're back to the noon games here at Soldier Field. The rain still coming down, but it looks like it's slowing up a bit. Right now, not overly windy. I mean, at least the flags that we see here at the Dr. Pepper patio look similar to like any other game, but it is expected to pick up. We also want to thank our great friends and partners over at Let Us Entertain You. Today they are featuring Tall Boy Taco. And call Charlie Bevins, our producer, Tall Boy Taco. He's a tall boy eating a taco right now, too, right here on stage.
I think I saw him bite his own finger. He was diving in so hard.
Bears game day, don't miss a play. Let Tall Boy Taco bring the flavor from tacos and nachos to margarita kits. And taco bars, they've got your watch party covered. You can order now at tallboytaco.com. That's Tall Boy Taco.
His eyes lit up when you said that.
To the surprise of no one.
Yes, absolutely. So, Waddle, let's start with you here. As far as the offense is concerned, if it will get windy like we expect it to, they always say the wind plays the most havoc on a football game out of any of the weather conditions.
Yep.
Does Ben Johnson adjust? Is there something that he can or should feature more, and stuff that he should not do?
Well, I think that he'll, again, when you've got the wind at your back, I think you're able to do more things, and you've got a bigger play sheet to choose from. We talked a little bit before we went on the air today about just how impressive their screen game was against the Commanders. That's something to look for, whether it's wide receiver screens or how they executed the traditional screen with the running back. I mean, the shorter the distance the ball has to fly, the more secure you are, I think, as an offense taking care of the football. That's one of the other things they've done exceptionally well. We talk about how the defense has taken it away 11 times the last 3 weeks. The offense has only given it up once.
Yeah.
They're plus 10.
How about that and the lack of sacks, Waddle? Hasn't that been such a great sign?
It's unbelievable. As I said when the season kicked off, the two statistics for a growth of a quarterback that are most important to me are completion percentage and sack total. And to highlight the sack issue, last year Caleb was sacked 68 times. We talked every week about how he had to assume responsibility for a good portion of those because his pocket field just wasn't great. Well, now we have to credit him because that number's come way down, not just because the offensive line is playing better, but because Caleb has greater pocket awareness and is more comfortable with what he's being asked to do. But back to your question, I think, I think they want to run it anyway. If it was sunny and 75, I still think Ben wants to run it. Yeah. And I think they're excited to get back out there and see if they can repeat what they did well on Monday night in Washington.
That's what I was going to ask you about. Like, what do you think was the key to DeAndre Swift having his first 100-yard game and being able to get that aspect of the offense going?
Not to get into the weeds too much, but like they identified, and that's why Ben's such a good coach and a good game planner and play caller. They identified the strength of the Washington run defense was in the middle. You can attack them on the edge. Like, you could take advantage on the perimeter with their linebackers, and that's exactly what they did. So the game plan was fantastic. The offensive line had their best game. I mentioned this with Sylvie earlier in the week. I give Cole Kmet a lot of credit. He really struggled in the Raiders game, both in the passing game, and he didn't have his best blocking day. Cole blocked his ass off last week and really was a big reason why they were able to get to the second level. The same thing could be said for the wide receivers. Luther Burden and DJ and Rome and Zacchaeus, all of those guys were involved with either cracking on safeties or linebackers or helping get to the second and third level. So they all played their role, but I think it was just a combination of everything. The game plan was good. They scouted the Commanders correctly. The players executed the game plan. It goes back to the word I used before. It's trust. Trust that these coaches are going to put you in a position to succeed, and if you do, there's a good chance you will.
We have some injury news before it becomes officially official with the injury report, but Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network is reporting that Grady Jarrett will miss the game. I don't know if that's a big surprise to us. He's been nursing that knee injury. He was, I think, a limited participant finally on Friday, so maybe he's trending in the right directions. Tough conditions. What did you see from the defensive tackles and the defensive line in this last game against Washington?
You know, it's funny. I just spent a lot of time talking about what a great plan Ben put together. I think Dennis Allen deserved the same amount of credit, maybe more, because I think he had the harder task to slow down a Commanders offense that was averaging about 160 rushing yards per game on 6 yards per carry. And the Bears outrushed them. They held them to just 4 yards per carry and I think about 125 yards total. I thought their scheme was fantastic as well. You get TJ Edwards back, which was a huge help. So same with Kyler Gordon. They kicked Shamar Turner, the rookie defensive tackle, to the outside. So they had more beef on the edge. And they played a heavy box, and they were disciplined, and they tackled, and it was fun to watch. You know, sometimes you have a really good scheme and the players don't execute. This was just kind of the marriage of the two, where DA, really schemed up a nice plan to slow down. What did you see at any point? Did Jaden Daniels get away in a designed run? The answer is no.
Yeah.
When he did make hay, it was because he was tucking and running on a scramble. So they set the edge. They were disciplined in what they were doing, and they've got some depth inside. Like, they've got a lot of defensive tackles, some beefy guys. So, again, it's about repeating on both sides of the ball. Can you repeat the success you had running it? And can you repeat the success you had stopping the run?
I think that DA will have them very focused today. He downplays it as much as he possibly can as an old school football coach. Didn't want to talk about it at all, but you spend 15 years with an organization. There's a lot of emotions that go into this, and even like his unceremonious firing last November, like that, I think carries some weight, and I think he's going to have them more than prepared. He's got so much inside knowledge of this Saints team, and I think the defense will show up again despite being without Grady Jarrett. They do have some depth there, and Shamar Turner is starting to show a little bit more consistency, so that could be good.
We were laughing about this during the week with how transient the NFL can be at times. Yeah. People moving, like, you have the revenge game last week against Washington. So there's a connection there and everything that went into it. Eberflus was here at the last home game for his game against his former team. The week before that, it was Ben Johnson who went back to Detroit. So, like, almost every week in the NFL, there is a good, juicy story about someone playing against a former team or someone they have a rivalry with.
Yeah. I would say, too, whatever it takes to get you motivated,
do it.
Keep pounding that drum.
Even Troy Aikman?
if that floats your boat, if you want to be inspired by some of the comments that Troy made, then I would say I thought Ben took a page out of Lovie Smith's playbook this past week, claiming, some people don't like the way we're winning.
Yeah.
If it works, keep that message up. Right?
Did you like that, Dion? Like there were some, like there were three groups of people. There were the people who were passionate that it wasn't fair and that it was a biased thing, and then there were people who were like, enough, this is dumb, we don't need this. And then there were kind of people like me who was like, I get the people who look, you view it during your way, but either way, it didn't move me.
It didn't move me either way either. I mean, Troy Aikman's job is to analyze what he's seeing. Now, did he not have a sit-down conversation and feel like he had some sort of emotional connection to Caleb Williams? Well, maybe that's why it came across that way. But I don't need the head coach and the quarterback wasting their breath and energy on it. I don't. They have no margin for error. They need to stay solely focused on execution and what they need to do to win on the field. The extra stuff, I just didn't need too much of it.
We're on to New Orleans.
Yeah, exactly.
To quote an accomplished coach who's struggling right now.
You're building something. You're building something, a culture too good to have a letdown today. So we'll continue to talk about that. We'll get the official injury report out, but Grady Jarrett is out. But like Waddle said, they're pretty deep at that position right now, thankfully. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. The Advantage Dealer Group on the Chicago Bears radio network. Find your next Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Ahmad's one of your guys over there. Shout out to him. Great supporter of the entire Bears radio network, and that's where Dion got her car from.
And I love it.
So check it out today, and that's what counts right there. We love a Bears win streak, and they have won 3 in a row. We'll talk about that and much more with Courtney Cronin coming up next. We're live at Soldier Field, approaching 90 minutes from kickoff. Bears and Saints on the Bears radio network.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Injured in a car accident? Don't fumble the ball. Call Postman Law. They fight for everyday people who don't have deep pockets like big insurance companies. Postman Law knows their playbook, and they use it to get you results fast. And with over $3 billion won for their clients, Postman Law delivers. From auto accidents to workplace injuries, when you need a win, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com for your free consultation. Others promise, Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
Being pregnant and finding out you have cancer. I'm Robin, and that was me. But my oncologist, orthopedic surgeon, and high-risk obstetrician at Northwestern Memorial Hospital created the safest chemotherapy plan, so I didn't have to choose between my life and my baby's.
Top ranked in Illinois for obstetrics and gynecology by U.S. News and World Report, Robin's team collaborated to deliver a healthy baby and mother, performing a C-section, then cancer removal the same day. Northwestern Medicine. Better.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month or get 0% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end November 3rd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Get the Chicago Bears podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, the inactive should be out here as we're under 90 minutes away from kickoff on a, right now, I don't know if it's overcast, but it doesn't look like it's pouring like it was earlier.
I don't know. Speak for yourself. It was bad when I was out there 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. See, I'm looking from a distance, Courtney. So when I'm trying to see, we're covered, thankfully.
He's got 4 layers on, a hat. He's got gloves.
It's gross.
I'm dressed like it's winter, Courtney.
It feels like it.
It feels
it's
like
freezing
it. It's
out
very
there in the
cold.
wind. I was standing in the south end zone doing a hit for Fantasy Football Now a few minutes ago, and it was whipping.
Oh.
The tarp's off, so the field is now exposed to the rain. I got here around 8, and the field was soaked. Thankfully, they had the tarp on. But it's going to be another game in the elements. I looked at my weather app, though, and they said that rain's going to clear out around noon. So
Right.
I guess that's
Okay,
good.
that
Just
is
windy.
good.
It's perfect. It's deceiving, Courtney. Look where we are.
Yeah.
And even when you look at the flags from our vantage point here at Gate O, it doesn't look like it's overly windy compared to a normal day. But you say it really is down on that
It
field.
feels like it. They're going to feel it, too. That might affect the passing game.
All right,
Interesting.
today's injury report, as always, is brought to you by our great friends at Marisi Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit our guys at Marisi Longo and Associates. That's MarisiLongo.com, MarisiLongo.com. And the proper introduction, Courtney Cronin, our Bears insider, both locally and nationally. And what do you got as far as the injuries we already knew about Grady Jarrett?
Yeah, so that one was trending. It felt like, okay, he's getting better. The knee, we talked to him on Friday, said he was feeling good, but sounds like it'll be another week because he isn't active today. No real surprises here at all. I mean, Ruben Hippolyte, I thought he would be up just given the Noah Sewell injury with the concussion. He will be out for a little bit. But Cairo Santos, obviously he was ruled out, so that means another Jake Moody game. And for the most part, it sounds like they're going to keep going with 4 tackles on game day because Luke Newman, the rookie guard, is inactive.
What do you think they believe they have in Theo Benedict? So Theo Benedict was not, as I always point out, a part of the competition to start. But they loved his development. He's an undrafted free agent who started playing football later in life as he was in Canada and then got really good at it. And not only made the team, he's now their starting left tackle. This is a team that in the past they've had Charles Leno, who was a 7th-round pick. This is a team that developed Braxton Jones as a 5th-round pick. Do they believe they've got a future piece here in Theo, or is he a guy to play left tackle because of the void right now?
Well, it's been one game that we've seen him start at that position. So I would imagine that, his leash is long right now. They clearly felt that Braxton Jones had reached his ceiling. That's why they made the switch ahead of the bye week and ahead of the second half in that Vegas game. And I think Ben Johnson wants to give him as much of a chance as he can because he had a teammate of his from British Columbia that was with the Detroit Lions. So they saw, okay, there's a little bit of history here. Ben Johnson knows this guy can play football. Guys from that school can play. And for Theo to get into the mix, usually you don't see undrafted free agents that spent last year on the practice squad working their way into a starters competition 3.5, 4 weeks into training camp. But that was the best of the lot that they had. And
Yes.
I to say it's like they discovered a diamond in the rough or whatever, I think for now, let's just be measured about it. He has been solid. And Ben Johnson put it best. During that Washington game, he didn't notice him. It's really good in the middle of a game when you don't notice any one specific offensive lineman, I guess, unless it's Braxton or Darnell Wright taking out 2 guys on one of those final runs on the game-winning drive. But it's good for now. It's good that they found an option that doesn't limit them in what they can do pass protection-wise.
DeAndre Swift said that he was a little bit limited injury-wise, which is why he was on the injury report. Obviously, he's active today. What does he need to do? What do they need to do to make sure they can kind of sustain what they've found here in the running game?
So I think this week was about maintenance for him because we know that groin injury came from the Commanders game, and I asked him, is it going to affect your ability to cut and to move? And he said no. So I don't think they're going to have any sort of restrictions on him. This was more about get your body right. You're at week 7 of the season. He's taken a beating.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had a lot of soft tissue injuries this year. He had the quad earlier, played through that, now has the groin injury. So I would imagine the workload is somewhere close to what we saw in Washington. 12 to 14 carries, anywhere from 3 to 6 targets in the passing game. They need to lean on him in a day like this where I think the wind could very well affect what you're seeing with the passing game because it will be windy. And once they get the ground game going, it opens so many more opportunities up for Caleb Williams off the play action game and to be able to get some of those running backs involved. We know that Travis Homer is up today. So I'm really curious with Swift, with Monungai, and now Homer available. Will he be part of the run game? Is it just special teams the way that Ben Johnson kind of blatantly said that's Roschon Johnson's job? Don't expect he's going to get more carries off of the one that he got in Washington. But it would be pivotal if they can continue that ground game going here today.
Courtney, Saints come in 1-5. Their only win came 2 weeks ago against a Giants team that turned the ball over 5 times. But they've been scrappy. They play in a controlled environment back home. What do you expect to see from the Saints today?
The weather, I think, affects what they're going to do on offense because Alvin Kamara is dealing with that ankle injury, and you usually think weather game, good time to run the ball. On this field, you want to risk that with your running back. That's why Kendre Miller's gotten so many more opportunities. But I think that they try to limit some of the issues that they've had on offense with the passing game by leaning on the ground game. I think this will be a good opportunity for the Bears' run defense to show it can carry over what it did against Washington with Krosky Merritt into this game because that was a nice change of pace where they weren't allowing the big chunk plays. But New Orleans just hasn't been able to they have not been able to put together 4 quarters, which I know sounds cliche, but that is how it's felt, where there have been some good moments where you see from Spencer Rattler, he can really do some damage outside the pocket. If that pass rush, which started to show some strides last week, can contain him in there in the pocket, I think that they have a pretty good day.
I have one injury question, and then I have a roster question. As we talked about Swift, what about DJ Moore? He was completely off the injury report. But do you think they use him like usual, or will we maybe see more Luther Burden today?
It's hard when DJ, a 7-8 year vet in this league, when he says he's good to go and he's off the injury report and he practices in full on Friday, I have a hard time believing that he would be on a pitch count out there. But it does open an opportunity that I think you saw. If Caleb would have thrown that ball, and he said that was one he wanted back at the end of the first half, Luther Burden getting more involved in some of those plays where it allows Caleb to get outside the pocket and then make some throws on the run. I think they're trying to work him into the game plan more. Those opportunities will be there for Burden, but I don't think it's going to come at the cost of, hey, DJ's going to be a decoy or anything like that today.
Yeah, and then you mentioned Homer up. They did not take Booker.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah. So the way this goes is, what do you have? 3 weeks in the window.
21 days. Yep.
You have 21 days after his practice window opens, coming off of injured reserve. A lot of people thought, okay, he's going to help and he's going to be activated. He's practiced for 2 weeks. They did not. So why are you surprised by that?
Because of who they waived off the active roster. They waived one defensive end, Tano Passignon. They re-signed him to the practice squad. And usually, if you're going to waive a player from that position group, you have a guy who's ready to go. So you would think off of IR, it's going to be that player who plays that position because it's depth, and they definitely need that depth at defensive end. That's why I was surprised by it, seeing him make it onto the active roster, Homer make it onto the active roster over Austin Booker. But another week They've got 2 more, so it's him and Aikman Ogbongbemiga. Trying to get both of them onto the roster will be, I guess, the next challenge for next week.
No surprise that you flew through those very difficult names
Yes,
with no stumbling, and I'm very impressed.
Joniak, let me tell you a quick little story. So I had to host an event at Swift & Sons last year. It was a salute to service event, and it was Patrick Scales and Aikman Ogbongbemiga who were the guest speakers. And I asked Joniak, I'm like, I'm on the phone, I'm like, please give me a voice pronunciation of this so I can do it properly. And he came through, he delivered. So now I know it perfectly because I hear Jeff saying it in my head every time.
Same thing I said to Waddle that on Friday when we were out and about. I don't think I said it as well as you did, but I said the reason I know it is from Joniak. Joniak really does a great job pronouncing it.
Because he told me initially, he's like, I'm not going to call him OG. I'm not going to be that person. I'm going to give him the respect and say his last name, and I'm going to say it to a T. And he always does.
I think I've been struggling with Passignon since he got here.
Yeah,
so I know, it's like throws me way off. Last year, the Bears won 3 in a row. To me, it feels different this year. It feels like they're building towards something. Do you feel that too? Like, what do you sense is different?
Last year felt so fraudulent because it felt like a house of cards. We were not sure because of you already had a team meeting, like a player called meeting after the first 2-3 games of the season, and then all of a sudden they get back on track, and you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why it feels different this year, because there hasn't been that sort of inner team friction with the coaching staff and the players, and they're building towards something I think these players believe in. You go back to pre-Washington game last week, players talking about, we closed out a game in Vegas. We wouldn't have done that a year ago. And then they do it again. That's not the same team. And that's because of coaching, too, to put them in those situations where they don't have to second guess what's happening late in games from a coaching standpoint. And that, that feeds into what we have here today. It's been 344 days since they have been favored in a game. This would be a good time to buck that same old Bears trend where this would notably be the trap game that they lose against an opponent that they're favored against, an opponent that, frankly, they're better than right now. But it's not one that you overlook, and I don't think anybody got that vibe that that's what they were doing this week.
Real quick, is there any word on whether or not they sent Jake Moody down here yesterday to get acclimated? Because it was something we used to do years ago.
They've done that a lot in the past, and I know, I asked Ben Johnson about this on Friday. What does Cairo Santos have to, what information? Because this is a special place, special kind of hell to kick here if you're a kicker. And I don't know how often Jake Moody did it with San Francisco. He'd only been with the 49ers since 2023, so maybe not at all if memory serves. So I think having Santos here, getting some kicks in before the game, because they didn't do a whole ton of that, if at all, in Washington before inactives were released, will be a good chance for them to see how he fares in these conditions.
Anything on your radar that we did not get to with you?
No, I think that those hit the big storylines around this team right now. One thing I want to keep looking for Caleb to, that stat I put out this week that so many people were like, wow, the bar is low. 200 yards passing, 1 passing touchdown in his first 5 games. No other Bears quarterback has ever done that. The growth that we're seeing from him week to week, and now you get to measure it against another young quarterback, it's a good way to tell by the midpoint of the season how far he's come. And, the fact that he was so honest about, I'm missing receivers on the run. I don't do that.
Right.
But that's never been a part of his game. His bread and butter is getting out of the pocket and creating.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see, did he find something with his footwork? Because he says he's missing steps. Is that something that can change and start changing today if the game plan calls for it?
Such a great point and something that we could build on here coming up next. Courtney, great work as always.
Courtney.
Thanks, Courtney.
There she is, Courtney Cronin, as we're at the Dr. Pepper patio. Come out and see us as the crowd continues to build. If you're listening to us on the way to the game or you're in the parking lot and you're like, oh, it's rainy, it's windy, come on in to Soldier Field. We're covered. At least the Dr. Pepper patio is there. There's food. There's a big bar here. Someone just showed me their drink. It's a great place to hang out, and you can check out their tables here. You can watch the show and everything like that. So let's build on the Caleb Williams topic. We'll do that coming up next. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, an hour and 15 minutes away from kick between the Bears and Saints on the Bears Radio Network.
Hey Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffel is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. that makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call 4 Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call 4 Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call 4 Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call 4 Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call 4 Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4-MILLION.
Dear crew, it's Toyota. With an adult-sized third row, everyone's welcome in the Grand Highlander. From sports fans to eco-buffs and movie fans. Sink back in the Sienna with an available rear seat entertainment system. Slip into the RAV4 with available all-wheel drive. And let's go. Toyota. Find yours at toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to 1 account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Tom Waddle, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
I would love to say it's a beautiful day for football, but that's not really the case unless you love it. A little bit rainy and very windy. It is not like the monsoon game that Waddle played in here at Soldier Field in 1994 near Halloween. It was actually on Halloween.
Yeah, it was.
Against the Packers.
Yeah, there was no treats, all tricks. That's what that night was. That was horrible.
So it's not quite that bad.
No.
But Deion said it's similar to the Washington game last week, except there wasn't as much wind in that game, and we're getting set. So, Waddle, what do you see in the development process here with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams?
I see a kid that's really comfortable in his own skin, that doesn't panic when things go wrong. I see a guy that gets out of the huddle with plenty of time to get to the line of scrimmage and get his guys setting their formations and allow motion to take place and identifying the mic and potentially, audibling out of something he doesn't like. I think the pre-snap penalties, for the most part, have gone away. The penalties are still an issue. They average about 9 per game, but the pre-snap penalties have gone away, and I think that's in direct correlation to the quarterback being more comfortable. I think he's playing faster. I think he trusts what he sees. I think he's got a great guy in his ear, and he's got a great guy in the meeting rooms every day. He's got a great support staff. So he's infinitely talented. This is only his second year, so there will be strides that need to be made. Not there yet. The completion percentage has to go up, but I'm really, really impressed with his pocket feel, and I think that's a big reason why, as you mentioned earlier in the show, why the sack totals are way down, because he just doesn't stand back there. He doesn't run into sacks. He's functioning quite efficiently from the pocket.
I know. We talked a lot about building trust, and I feel like he is trusting that Ben Johnson is putting him in a position to win. Last week, I did math, you guys, which is really impressive for me.
You did math?
I did math. I was told there was no math, but I chose to do this. 254 yards averaging in each of the last 3 games, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception. Like, he's taking care of the football. He's being efficient. He's executing, and he's finding guys who are open. I think Ben Johnson is also scheming his receivers into open places where he's able to see them, and he's moving quickly. You can tell he's moving through his reads quickly in a smart way, not in a rushed way. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like he's playing at a high level, and
there's no panic.
And there's no panic. And I think an upgraded offensive line is helping that. They had no false starts in the last game, so I think that helps too. That they're staying disciplined, especially with how much they've moved things around in front of him.
Yeah.
I think that's impressive, and he's trusting them that they're going to give him time to execute.
Yeah, and they're converting 43% of their third down situations, so they're continuing to move the chains. The one area where they all need to get better, recently they've really struggled with red zone efficiency. The first 3 games of the season, they were 6 of 7. They were brilliant. The last 2 weeks, they're only 2 of 7. And I can guarantee it's something that Ben and Caleb and the entire offense have been working on all week long, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. When you get the ball in a money zone, you got to push it over the goal line. That's what good teams do.
I see them warming up right now. They took the tarp off the field, or they were getting it off the field just as we were starting our pregame show. So the field should be relatively dry, all things considered. And, Caleb's running around, throwing the ball downfield to Roma Dunze in the clip that I saw. It will be interesting to see which way, like you said, the wind's going, or if it's a crosswind, and it will affect things. And then also on with Jake Moody being the kicker, we talked about it earlier. Even though he's got the strong leg, if you're in the mode of going for it more, and I know we talked about this during the week, I talked about it on the halftime show, and they always take your calls at halftime. We would love to hear from you now at 312-332-3776. It always comes up, Waddle, going for it on 4th and short. They didn't convert last week, but you can't shake me.
No.
I believe that this is – I want them to go for it. I like that they went for it. I'd like better execution.
Yes.
But I like the decisions to go for it.
I would say stay aggressive.
Yeah.
I think the last couple we've seen on 4th down, they're pretty well-designed plays that the guys just didn't execute. So I'm with you 100%. I would keep the pedal to the metal, as they say. The operation of a field goal is really difficult in conditions like this. It's not just the kicker who has to play the wind. It's the snap. It's the hold. It's getting the ball down. There's a lot that goes into it. So if you feel you're a little overwhelmed by the conditions, or the wind is blowing in your face, or the rain is coming down, I got no problem with them being uber aggressive on 4th down.
I like it too, and I think that helps instill that belief in them that they can execute, and so I want him to stay aggressive. You mentioned the conditions and kicking. Richard Hightower really pointed out that those guys took it upon themselves to prepare for the wet ball, the wet football, in the situation like that, so I would imagine they did the same thing again. I would love to know if Jake Moody came down here with them yesterday to see, but although yesterday was kind of a perfect day.
I'd be a little surprised if they didn't.
If they didn't,
because they cross every T and they dot every I. I mean, go back to earlier this week. They brought in a left-footed punter so that their return guys could get used to catching the ball coming off a lefty's foot. Trust me, from someone who was asked to go out there and do it only when the weather's like this, because nobody wanted me returning punts when the weather was clean.
Oh, wow.
I'd get a call from Steve Kaiser when the weather was like this. Hey, you're going to return punts tomorrow. I'm like, Why can't I return punts when it's 75 and sunny? As well, because you're not good enough at it. We just need you to catch it and get down. But catching the ball off a left-footed punter is so much different than it is a righty because of how the ball rotates.
Yeah.
And I think it's just another example how this group, the details don't escape them.
Yeah, facts. Yeah.
The sure-handed Tom Waddle. You've got to call the sure-handed Tom Waddle.
Just going to catch it
for punts. So you mentioned this, and we talked about DJ with Courtney Waddle. I believe it was off the air that you said to me, like on Monday or Tuesday. It was Tuesday or Wednesday because it was a Monday night game. After you watched some film, and you said to me, he goes, DJ's back.
Yeah.
And like, what do you mean by that? Because DJ's always been a good player, but you saw something different in this last game.
DJ was always my favorite player from the time he got here because, as we all know, you're up there every day, never misses practice.
Never.
Leads by example, one of their hardest workers, not to mention one of their most talented players. I thought there were moments last year when he got frustrated, and you could see it in his play. And how could you not be frustrated at times? This thing was a poo show, to put it nicely at times. I saw a guy out there that was grinding, not just running routes and running the football. They asked him to run the ball between the tackles. It's not just jet sweeps. They put him in the backfield, and they ask him to run between the tackles, which speaks to his toughness and their belief in him. But he was a big reason why DeAndre Swift was able to gain 7.7 yards per carry and rush for better than 100 yards because he was getting to the second and third level because DJ and really the rest of the receivers, they were willing participants in the running game. But when DJ's playing with the edge that he brings, I wouldn't want to be across from him because he's strong, he's athletic, he plays with a chip on his shoulder. And, it felt like, DJ from a couple of years ago was back Monday night.
They're buying into the no block, no rock.
They very much are, and they know what's expected of them too, and they're finding a way to deliver. You mentioned DJ Moore, though. Well, how could he not get frustrated? He's had so many different quarterbacks. They made another quarterback change last year. The coach, it was a disaster. It was such a rough start to the season. I think too, their willingness to put him in the backfield and use him in different ways, I think, re-energizes someone in a little bit too.
We've had great participation on the pregame show, so ring up your phone calls for who needs to rock at 312-332-3776. This has worked. This has willed the Bears to a 3-game win streak as they go for 4 against New Orleans. Before we go there, let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
All right, that phone number once again, 312-332-3776. It's always about you, the fans. So we want to get you in on this pregame show. I also take your calls on the halftime show. Of course, Peggy and Yurko take your calls on the postgame show, 312-332-3776. Interesting day here at Soldier Field. It is cool. It is windy. It is still drizzling. Bears and Saints, an hour away. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you.
Bell Tire.
We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires.
Bell Tire.
See belltire.com for details.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, who needs to rock as the Bears get set for the New Orleans Saints? We're under an hour away. The crowd very optimistic. In a great mood with a win streak going on. Just find a way to keep winning. And then we'll see. We'll see where this team goes. I don't know if anyone really knows this year where they're going, but I know we talked about that word belief, the power of belief. The first time I experienced it as a reporter was in 2001. That Bears team was not picked to win. That was the Dick Duran-led team. They had Jim Miller and Shane Matthews as their quarterbacks, but they had a defense that swarmed and took the ball away.
13-3 that year?
13-3. And, ironically, they won 2 games in back-to-back fashion, much like the Bears just won by the same score in back-to-back fashion. Mm-hmm. And Dick Duran used to say this a lot. He said, you stack the wins. You know, 1 turns into 2. 2 all of a sudden turns into 4. And then you believe you're good. We could play the game all the time. How good are they? But if you believe you're good, sometimes that's all that matters for an NFL team, and is how teams get on a roll. So let's do Who's Gonna Rock, Who Needs to Rock. It's brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. See Dane Cook on November 8th at Hard Rock Live. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Love those guys over at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. They're always going to roll out the red carpet for you. All right, guys, who's going to rock? Who needs to rock?
Tommy, you go first.
I'm going to say the offensive line as a unit. I thought there was no question that Monday night was their best effort. Theo Benedict did a very nice job in his first start. I thought it was like we talked about, instead of 5 different guys, I heard someone describe it this way, and it resonated with me. Instead of 5 guys playing, their own guitars, this was a symphony of 5 working together. Mm-hmm. So I think they did a really nice job. And I think they have the opportunity to repeat that performance. So I say the offensive line needs to rock.
I am going on the other side of the trenches. The defensive front needs to rock. You've got a young quarterback in Spencer Rattler who has shown that he can take care of the football and he can execute at different times. I think they need to make him uncomfortable. I think he needs to feel their pressure today. And I expect the defense to come up with more takeaways. I really do. I think that will continue. But I think like Montez Sweat needs to rock today. I think that front needs to really put the pressure on.
I don't think there's been a week when we haven't mentioned his name, but they did play better last week.
They did, yeah.
That's for sure. And I'm going to build on what you said, Waddle. Like the run game to me is just where I'm going to go. We talked about stacking wins. Continue to stack the run game. When Ben Johnson's run game is going well, you can build from there. There's so much. So keep that run game going. Let's go to Michael on the south side. Michael, who needs to rock?
No, most definitely Andre Swift, all right? Just keep that same format outside the tackles. Get those 4 or 5 point yards per carry and keep it going. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
I love it.
And there's the thing. There's a pretty good chance that they can move up in the standings. You can see the division for who they're playing compared to who the Bears are playing. There's a pretty good chance they can move up in the standings. Think about it.
Oh, well, no, we haven't. Thank you for the call, Michael. They've got this game. You don't want to look ahead if you're the Bears, but we're the pregame show, so we look ahead. And then Baltimore, that's trying to find its way. They may get healthier for next week's game. Cincinnati, which is winnable, but they've been better with Flacco. And then the Giants here at home. David in Oakland, you're on the Chicago Bears radio network. Who needs to rock?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I think Caleb has to rock this week. You know, we've seen Rome come alive. We've seen our defense come alive the past couple weeks. Caleb's very in the know. He's going against Spencer Rattler. I think this could be a big stepping stone for him if he has a huge game today.
Love it. Nate in Mokina, you're on the Bears radio network. Who needs to rock?
I think Jake Moody needs to rock today. I think the whole kicking team in general needs to rock. I think there's a good shot if Jake Moody plays well today, he kicks well today, that he could potentially take the job as the main kicker today.
And appreciate the phone call. And there's a fan holding up a sign that says, "Domes are for wimps."
And I just gave him the thumbs down. I gave him the thumbs down. I'll give you the double thumbs down on that.
Eventually, we'll make our way to the Dome, but right now, the Bears are an outdoor team.
Yeah.
And yes, so the fans need to rock. Let's take one more. Let me go to Will in St. Louis. Will, you're on the Bears radio network. What do you got?
Hey, guys. I like the rookie weapons. I want to see Luther and Colston get some more usage, and I think we all know what Luther can do with the ball at this point. So,
I was just talking to our good friend Luke Pregame, and I was telling him that I like Luther Burden today.
Yeah.
Even on a windy day, I think a short passing game can get the ball in his hands. That's what he does best.
He's ridiculously effective and efficient, too. He's been targeted 12 times this year. He has 11 catches for 150 yards.
Wow.
Like, think about the return on the investment there. If you throw it to Luther, there's a really good chance he's going to catch it and turn it into something.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll continue to talk about that. How does Tom Thayer think the offense will go today? And what does he think the Bears have in Theo Benedict? It's Bears and Saints. We're about 50 minutes away from kick. It is the Chicago Bears radio network.
Uh-oh, you spot a work zone up ahead, but you're already running late. Hey, is that extra minute really worth risking your safety? Decision time. Will you push your luck and speed through? Or you mind the signs, avoid the fines? Yeah, that's what I thought. Slow down and pass through cautiously. Hard hats off to you, sir. Level pass. While our next work zone is loading, head to itsnotagameillinois.com/arcade to play.
$1.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, You want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Fazio Insurance in Joliet if Auto Owners make sense for you.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago. Bears Monday starts with Cap and Jay Hood on ESPN Chicago.
All right, it's Bears and Saints. We're approaching 45 minutes away from kickoff. Bears looking for a 4-game win streak. It's time to talk to the voice of the Bears. I will continue to hammer that home. It is Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer as the voices of the Bears. But Tom Thayer is awesome at what he does. It's time to talk to him. He's brought to you by UI Health. Expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. And Tom, no one knows how this Soldier Field plays better than you. You grew up here. You played here. You've been broadcasting these games now for several years. So what kind of a day and what kind of an effect will today's weather have on the game, if any?
Well, you know, right now it's not as windy as I thought they were going to say, but the rain has just restarted, and so it's coming back down. They're putting some moisture on the field. This is a sand-based field. It drains well. It was a little bit dry when they took the tarp off, so that they was able to absorb any of the water. I think the field conditions will be perfect. And the field conditions won't dictate anything Ben Johnson or Kellen Moore want to do on the offensive side of the ball. And right now, the wind isn't enough of a factor where it would take you out of your passing game mentally or physically.
I hope that stays away. Though, I want to see a good, clean football game, but I don't know if I'm going to get it, yeah.
Tom, what impressed you most about what Theo Benedette was able to do and joining that offensive front?
Plays with a lot of energy, a lot of physicality at the point of attack. He's a willing puller when he does able to lead sweeps to the left. he's got a low center of gravity. He's a lot lower out of his stance, and he's able to make an aggressive hand contact on pass protection. And I just think he's just barely scratching the surface of what ultimately he can be. You know, Dan, I'm excited to watch his aggressiveness even more today because he's going to be able to hear the commands, whether Caleb's in shotgun or under center. And I do think that's one of the things that he can benefit from is his strength and equates to his length. And if he's able to use both of those equally, I think that they'll be able to run the ball more effectively to the outside. He'll be able to help with the tight end or the offensive guard. And he'll just open up another bona fide point of attack in the running game that you need to have as many as the season winds on.
Tom joins us from the Hyundai booth upstairs. Tom, kind of in layman's terms, why were they more efficient, more effective running the football Monday night, and is it repeatable?
It is repeatable, T. Waddle. But, you know, I do think you still have to go into the analytics and see what your opponent is susceptible to. In last week that they knew that the Washington Commanders were really a tough run on the inside, but they were giving up 5.8 yards a carry to the outside. And so with a variety of formations and movements and even ball carriers, they were able to get out to the outside repeatedly, especially at the end of the game when they needed it the most. The Bears are third in the league in percentage of runs 4 yards or more. And I just think if you can continue that consistency in making sure that you get a minimum of 4 yards per carry, maybe that will increase the amount of carries that you want to offer these guys. Because right now, run pass option is 44% run, 56% pass. And as the conditions wear during this latter part of the season, I would hope that they would be able to have a sustainable running game that with Ben's creativity and the blocking up front, that they could use it more and more effectively.
Tom, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't recognize Cole Kmet and the job the wide receivers did in the running game as well on Monday night.
100%. You know, Cole Kmet, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I thought he had the best blocking game that he's had since he's been here. Physical, doing a nice job of in motion blocking, which is sometimes not the easiest. And as much as I sit up here and I think about Cole Kmet, the blocker, I still want to see Cole Kmet, the receiver, because I do think he could play an important expanded role. And when he's blocking and helping for the run game, maybe blocking and helping in pass protection once you want to see how the tackles are holding up against their edge rushers. But it would also be fun to see, Cole Kmet get targeted, 10 times in a game just to see how he fits into this offense, along with Colston Loveland. That's, not denying his part in this offense either.
Tom, help me understand how difficult it is for a guy like Jake Moody to come into a game like he did on Monday night, not knowing everybody on the team, and perform the way he did, and then today to come in here and the difficulty of the conditions and how that's presented to him.
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing he did kick in the conditions he did in Washington, because that field held up as well as hopefully this one will today. And there was moisture from the start of the game, and it picked up at the end of the game. And I think when you have a smooth operation, that's what I mean, a snapper and a holder, and then you can stay on your kicking rhythm. The only thing I would like to know, and I don't know if it would help him or not, if Moody came down here during the week just to get a feel of the building, because neither kicker has ever kicked in Soldier Field before. So I think it's going to be as much of a question mark is for the New Orleans kicker as it will be for the Bears kicker. And hopefully they won't have that extreme pressure kick at the end of the game where he has to make, which if that's the case, I'm okay with it. But it'd be nice to see the Bears, have a 10 to 14 point lead.
Tom, there are no sure things in the NFL. We know this. Everyone always overuses the statement, it's a week-to-week league, but it is very true. How important is this that the Bears just come away with their fourth straight win against a team they should beat here at Soldier?
It's huge, Sylvie, because, this is the first time they've been favored by the percentage chances as much as they have been in a long time. You talk about the 3-game winning streak, and hopefully it's 4. They're playing at home, and we see the temperament of Ben Johnson, how he can be happy when things go well, but how angry he can appear to be if things don't go well. And I think he has really high expectations for this team that's going to take the field today. But you can't ignore New Orleans, even though, Spencer Rattler and Alvin Kamara and Olave and the rest of the guys they have on this football team, they have weapons. Rashid Shaheed, that guy can fly. And the last thing you want to do is give him an open opportunity and start running away from everybody. And they have a good drafted, placed athletic offensive line. So they got a lot of good things that you say a week-to-week league, but you got to take this opponent as seriously as you have any other opponent.
All right, Tom, hang tight. We'll continue our conversation, and we'll bring in Jeff Joniak and J-Mac into the talking as well, the conversation. And it's Bears against the Saints. It is a interesting day here at Soldier Field. Still not quite as windy as we were expecting. Still drizzling, though. And the Bears look for their 4th straight win. We're 39 minutes away from kickoff. We'll continue to talk to the booth next on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
It's a Bird Bash at Potawatomi. Thursdays, you could win up to $50,000 cash in the Bird Bash game show. Just play with your rewards card this October for a chance to win. Wouldn't you like to rake in a huge pile of cash? Bird Bash, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com/birdbash. Must be 21 years old to play.
Acura is a leader in reliability and style. Drive home in your new Acura from Advantage Acura of Naperville. With more selection to choose from and more savings, they're committed to providing a smooth and easy car buying process. Advantage Acura values your time. They'll have you in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right, drive off in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageAcura.com or see them in Naperville.
Most mentioned offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it. Because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you've got people cheering for you everywhere you go. Whether it's a quick run to the grocery store, the gas station, or shopping on your phone without even getting out of bed. When you get that kind of support with lower fees, great rates, and a team that's fully committed to your success, you win. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium, or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
The team is rolling 3 in a row and favored at home in front of what will surely be an amped-up crowd. Hasn't always looked the cleanest, but they're finding ways to win. Hey, guys, it's Sylvie. Speaking of winning, I'm betting the game on Circa Sports Illinois. High limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and not a single bet fee ever. I'm taking our guys to cover the number here. This won't be as close as the previous week. So play on circasports.com. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod. Joniak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
Bears and Saints were 35 minutes away from a wet Soldier Field. It's time for Joniak's Journal. It's presented by Steinhoffels, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, now open in Maryville, Indiana. Shop in-store and online at steinhoffels.com. Let's go to Captain Stubing right now, a.k.a. He's Jeff Joniak, as he was on a bit of a cruise with some Bears legends just the other day. I bothered him with a phone call. How did that go, Jeff?
It was fun. It was fun. Brian Urlacher, Alex Brown, and Rex Grossman. We've done 2 of those now. Another one in November for those interested. City cruises. It was a lot of fun. About 130, 140 Bears fans. They come from all over the place, and these are the diehards. They just want to have a conversation. So it was a good storytelling time. Very good fun.
That's awesome.
No motion sickness or anything? You all good with that?
No, I don't have any of those issues, thank goodness. I have many others, but not that. It was a little bumpy, I got to say.
Yeah.
It was a little bumpy.
Jeff, I know you got some good stuff today in the Journal, because the Bears, to build on this win streak, it's just the vibes are totally different here at Soldier Field, and it's wonderful.
Yeah, it sure is, and you got to continue to own home, though. You know, this is how there's a formula for getting to the playoffs. It's simple math. You know, you win 6 or 7 of your home games and try to go 500 on the road. But to do that, my big theme is continue to avoid the self-sabotage. The mental errors, the mistakes, the drop balls, the untimely penalties that will haunt any team and did for the greater part of the first part of this season. Not last week, though. Really good job. But it's been a season-long theme at times. And there will be some. You just got to find a way to overcome it. But one day it'll bite you again, and so you got to make sure. That's my first impression. Second thought, keep laying the hammer against the run. I was just on the Saints broadcast, and Bobby Hebert, the former Saints quarterback, got into, he's a long talker, man. Tom says I'm a long talker. My gosh, I love him. But I've been on many of his shows, and, you don't get many words in edgewise, but he was really drilling the Bears on their run defense, and I simply put it, put on the tape from Monday night in Washington. Did a nice job. The Saints, 53 for 161 the last couple of games. 3 of the last 4 games, they failed to reach 90 yards. So that's an area the Bears should dominate, the line of scrimmage. And Spencer Rattler, he will move. And he has been pressured the 4th most times in the NFL. So a big day ahead for the defensive line. My third degree, Saints bottom 10 pass defense. All 6 quarterbacks they face have thrown at least 2 touchdowns this year. And teams have scored on their first 2 drives against the Saints. So they've been digging out of holes, even though they are pesky. Kool-Aid McKinstry has given up 5 touchdowns. That's most in the league. And this team has given up completions of double digits, 11 to 20 yards, 45 times for 32nd in the league. So there's opportunity in a pass game. And then this is an interesting stat I threw on Tom, my 4th and short per Next Gen Stats. Boy, they got a webpage, man. If you join NFL Now, it's really detailed, and I'm not an analytics guy, but Caleb last year, his time to throw, it may not sound like a big difference, 2.92 seconds. That was last among quarterbacks. This year, he's first at 3.08. So you decide how to break that down. And his receivers, the average yards of separation, number 1 in the league at 4.1 yards. The only team in the league at that number of 4. So that tells me a lot going on, and I'll let the experts, the ex-players, dig into that one because that's pretty impressive turnaround. That's it.
J-Mac, what does that speak to? Do you believe that that's Ben Johnson scheming guys open? Is it just better execution? How do you see what Jeff just said?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of things. I think, it's Ben Johnson understanding his players, scheming guys open, but then a lot of times it's what the defense gives you. You know what I'm saying? He's so dynamic and complex in what he does, and, he brings about, we always talk about it every week, a lot of shifts, a lot of motions, right, to make it look complex to the defense, but it's simple for his team, right? Simple for the O-line, making it look, the illusion of complexity is what I'm trying to say. So I hope we continue to see that today because we're going to need it.
I think Luther Burden has shown very early in his career the ability to separate as well. There have been so many opportunities for him to catch the ball while running because he has created a lot of that separation. J-Mac, Swifty was as good as we've seen in a Bears uniform last week. What did he do differently against the Commanders than maybe in previous games?
Yeah, and I went back and watched a lot of his runs from last week, and he was more decisive in terms of putting his foot in the ground, right, making that vertical cut and getting downhill, right, outside zone. He did a good job of pressing his aiming point. There was no jitterbugging like my old high school coach used to say, no jitterbugging, no pitter-patting his feet. He was getting downhill, decisive, and with attitude.
I know you guys all played offense, but defensively, to come up with the takeaways the way that they have, it's one thing to say it's a mindset, but it's another thing to be in the right place to make it happen. What do you credit all of that to and how they've been able to be consistent with it the last 3 games?
Deanna, I credit it a lot to the creativity of Dennis Allen. When he was kind of fighting an uphill battle at the beginning of the season with no Kyler Gordon, no Jalen Johnson, and then T.J. Edwards got hurt. He tried to fit into people that were, into those places that could really benefit what this defense is all about. And he has been able to hold it together and really make some strides defensively. But I think they're about to hit their strides now that you got T.J. Edwards back in the mix along with Kyler Gordon, and Tyreek Stevenson is playing a better brand of football. But, it's about the development of the guys up front. We still got Grady Jarrett on the inactive list, but Shamar Turner is doing some really nice things out at the defensive end position that may be a little unexpected because they thought he was more of a defensive tackle. So I do credit it a lot to Dennis Allen and how he matches up against the opponent's personnel on first down, second running downs, and then second passing downs and third downs in passing.
Tom, I know you played the position violently on every snap, but in a game like this, you've got a team coming from a controlled environment. It's not horrible conditions, but it ain't pleasant either. Is this a game where you pop the guy a little extra hard across from you early to see whether or not he wants to be out there?
Well, you're in command of the snap count, and because of the offensive line should be getting off the ball before the defensive line, I do think that's one thing that these offensive lines should show that the sustaining run game that they're starting to grow is, better when they have the advantage at home. And so now you also have 3 running backs, Rashawn Johnson, Monangai, and DeAndre Swift, that the running back should be fresher. But, yeah, man, this is going to be cold, seemingly cold to the New Orleans Saints, but it's outdoor, perfect playing conditions. And if Jeff talked about, this is a defense that gives up first drive scoring. And if the Bears can do that, and then they can get into an offensive rhythm that they're dictating by what they're trying to do, hopefully a lot of it has to do with the physical running game.
Can I go back to the defensive side of the ball real fast? So I've talked to Al Harris, right? He comes up to me and he says, hey, J-Mac, we're getting 4 today. And he's been true to his word, right? Yeah. He's been getting 1 more than what he said. He said 4 today. The conditions are playing to it. Obviously, we know Spencer Rattler's been taking care of the football, but I put my trust in Allen, that defensive secondary.
I had a conversation with him this week. They had the defensive assistants available, and I was trying to say, hey, players are being the ball's finding them, and he kept shaking his head. And I'm like, why are you shaking your head? He goes, it's a mindset. It's not about anything else, because I think what I was saying, it may have been, in his opinion, insinuating that it's luck. I'm not saying that. I was just trying to say that a guy like Tremaine Edmonds, throughout training camp, ball kept finding him, it looked like, but I think it's positioning. I think it is the mindset. Well, I know it is, because I'm going to listen to a former all-pro cornerback and NFL assistant coach that's going to tell me that. So, yeah, these guys they're frothing at the mouth for this stuff right now.
You guys led me perfectly. It was what I was going to ask you next, and just to wrap this thing up, it's Crosstalk brought to you by Shell. sign up for the Fuel Rewards program from Shell and earn up to 25 cents per gallon on Bears game days. So, Jeff, you could lead into this, and then just maybe 20 seconds for each of you. You mentioned the luck in turnovers. We saw it with Vic Fangio in 2018. We saw it year in and year out with Lovey's teams that you were a part of, J-Mac. So how much of it is luck, timing, the opponent, and how much can you count on it?
Yeah, I think it's all the above, and yeah, you got to, again, it's a mindset of the unit. So you got to take, you're winning 92% of your games with 3+ takeaways this year. Your record's 23-2 in the league. You don't, you're 20-49-1. It's a big change at 29%. So that's where I'm at on it.
How many sacks do we have as a team? Because when you look at how many sacks we have a team, that means that the pressure, 8 sacks.
Yeah.
That's not good enough.
Then turnovers, right.
Well, you got to get pressure on the opponent's quarterback, especially a guy like Spencer Rattler, to make him speed up his thinking process. And then you're going to be able to continue to get those types of turnovers. But for me, I would like to see the defensive line come alive and have a multi-sack game in these types of conditions when they need it the most.
I agree with you. When that defensive line comes to life, hey, those interceptions come about, right? Yep. You talk about takeaways. It's a mindset. You also got to practice it. I can recall back in the day, we used to have Peanut punching us in the huddle. Yeah. I'm like, hey, I don't even have the football. We're in the huddle. But it's a mindset, and it's got to become, right, a habit.
Yeah. Great stuff, guys. We appreciate you. We'll catch up with Jeff here coming up next with the interview with Ben Johnson and get Peanut Tillman in the Hall of Fame. The amount of turnovers, the way he covered at corner, he's trademarked something. He didn't do it. The league did it. He made a move. Peanut Tillman. All right, coming up next, we will hear from Ben Johnson, the Bears head coach. Bears and Saints under 25 minutes away from kick on the Bears Radio Network.
Sundays in Chicago, you know the drill. Grit, defense, and cold beer in hand.
That's why we're Team Flight by Yingling. Just 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs, and still packed with that legendary flavor.
Perfect for tailgates, touchdowns, or yelling at your TV. And yes, my TV can hear me.
Whether you're posted in the parking lot for a tailgate or holding court in your living room,
make the smart play. Grab a flight.
Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar, Chicago. DG Yingling & Sons, Pottsville, PA.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Welcome to Old National Bank.
Hi, I was wondering what you could do for my small business.
Tons. Have time to talk?
Not much. We're in a 30-second radio ad.
Oh, I'll get straight to the point then. Our solutions are customized for small businesses. Our services make financial management simple, and our pricing is always transparent.
Outstanding. Wow.
Yeah. So, ever been in an ad before?
Nope. How do I look?
Good. But we're on the radio, remember?
Right. Hi, Mom.
Customized small business banking from Old National Bank. Member FDIC. Get old.
Get the Gerald exclusive lifetime warranty of the all-new Gerald Honda Countryside, Honda's 2023 President Award winner. Unlimited miles, unlimited time at no cost to you on all new vehicles and most used vehicles. At Gerald Honda, you can expect fast, friendly, and exceptional service, plus a large selection of vehicles to choose from. See why everyone is saying, got to get to Gerald Honda of Countryside. Gerald cares.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals. Our care saves. Our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
Hey Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Sylvie takes your calls at halftime on ESPN Chicago.
Keep that number handy, 312-332-3776 for your halftime phone calls and post-game as well. Let's hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson. Here's Jeff Joniak.
All right, thanks very much, Sylvie. Here with Bears head coach Ben Johnson back home along the lakefront. Bears and Saints, good to be with you, Coach. One of only 4 home games, believe it or not, in the first 10 weeks of the season, and weather's a topic again. It's a windy one out there. Tricky enough on a normal Sunday in Chicago. How do you navigate windy games? What has been your experience as a play caller in windy situations?
Well, no, that's good. I mean, it's really foreign territory for me to a large degree, coming from a dome team over the last 3 years calling it. So this will be a unique experience. We're certainly very much aware of the weather. We have been all week long, and we planned accordingly. So fortunately, I got some good guys around me that have a little bit more experience than myself and can help guide me into this thing and how I need to call it offensively to give us the best chance. But, our guys are prepared for this. We've talked about it, and I can't wait to see them perform.
Yeah, situations like this, you use it to your advantage, too, being the home team, because they're a dome team. And I remember a game against San Francisco. They lined up for a field goal to the south end zone. It was going, and they made a sharp right angle. So the Bears start putting receivers underneath the goalposts, and they returned a kick 108 yards for a touchdown. Nathan Basher. I don't know if you ever remember that play, but it's emblazoned in my head. Stuff like that could happen.
Yeah, I don't remember that one, but we could certainly use that here today.
Let's talk about the difficulty of a road team off a Monday night. It's one thing Monday night, but a road team. What are the challenges? How have you managed them, and what do you think about it?
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, we did not handle a short week well the first go-around that we had. So that's been something we've talked about early in the week here. I think the guys have prepared really well, and so we'll see if we can handle it better this go-around. But like you said, I mean, early in the week, I could see some guys were a little bit tired. It's a physical game that we played, and so we had to get our bodies back right. But towards the end of the week, I've seen everybody really whip into shape, and I feel good about going into this one.
And you've touched on this. There's always something about handling success, especially when there hasn't been a bunch of it in years prior for those who've played here. Now you got a 3-game winning streak. Anything extra you have to rely on in telling these players anything about this?
No, they know that we haven't even played particularly great football yet, and so when it's like that, yeah, it's great that we're winning and still playing some ugly ball, but there's just so much to clean up. I don't think anybody's feeling satisfied or really good about ourselves quite yet. So we need to start continuing to improve and putting more complete games together to where we're not having to win it right at the last second with a field goal on the line, and we'll be in good shape.
All right, I'm going to look at a bunch of things here real quick. Protecting Caleb Williams and Williams protecting himself. The sacks are way down, obviously 10. That's 9th fewest in the league. But he hasn't been knocked down much. Only 15, second fewest in the league. What does that speak to?
Well, it certainly does start up front. And so I think those guys up front are mindful of it. They're very prideful. Want to make sure that our guy's not getting touched. I think it The pass catchers have a large part to do with it. They're on time. They're going to the right spot. We always talk about every pass play is a race, not between them and the defender, but really them and the pass rusher. They got to get to their catch point before the pass rusher can get to the quarterback. And so they've played fast there as the pass catchers. And then Caleb himself, he's been trying his best to play on time within the structure of the play. And if we've gotten some pressure, he's been able to get away from it. So combination of all three.
And that necessary against some wily veterans. I mean, Cam Jordan's an all-decade player. Carl Granderson, in my opinion, is feisty. You've got what they can do at the linebacker level. Brian Brisset leads that team in quarterback pressures from the interior. How do you rate their pass rush and their overall defense?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a really good group. Better than what their record implies. They're playing improving football every week, and so we're going to get their best shot here this week. Hungry group. They're motivated. Like you said, the pass rush is a real thing. I think they're pretty stout in the run game as well, playing from this too high defense. And so our work is cut out for us, but up front is really where we got to set the tone here today.
All right, good luck. We'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you, Jeff.
That's Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Back to you, Mark.
All right, thank you, Jeff. It's time for our predictions right now with Four Seasons. Call them today at 866-4Seasons. They will get you ready for a Chicago winter upcoming. It's 866-4Seasons. I've got the Bears winning 27-20, guys. How about you?
I have the same score.
The same score?
Yeah, same score. If this was indoors in New Orleans, I think it'd be a little closer. But I think the Bears stretch their legs a little bit at home in these conditions.
It's not going to be 25-24 again. I think it could be. I was going to go 24-19 Bears.
All right. So
That's
we
where I'm at.
all have the Bears.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a good way to go. So now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up, backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 for your trusted local experts for all the right reasons. Call them at 866-4Seasons. All right, let's get a Bears win today. I'll take your phone calls at halftime at 312-332-3776. We've got game time coming up around the corner. Bears and Saints. This is the Bears Radio Network.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut.